Good morning, ladies and gents. How we doing? Hopefully you're feeling good. I know I am. I'm glad to be here. I love you all. Welcome. Welcome to the day. To the vibe. How has your weekend been? Hopefully good. Mine's been quite good. As is tradition and as one must. You know, started out nice and chill. Went out with the fam. Lockie had swim lessons, which was adorable. That was a good time. Pissed off a bunch of Breath of the Wild and Zelda stands. That was hilarious. And that's led us here today. It's gonna be good. For real, dude. Like, I posted that stream clip of me, like, I said, I don't know, man. I've been worried about Breath of the Wild. Or not Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. Just because, like, you see it's coming out on hardware that's 6 years old. And the hardware already felt out of date back then. And so they're limited in what they can do to really take the sequel up a notch. A lot of the stuff they've shown is super, super cool. But they're also building off of the same map as before. You know, there's a bunch of little stuff like that. That makes me like, yeah, I hope that they pull it off. I hope that they pull it off. It's not as clear like a slam dunk sequel like The Witcher 3 over The Witcher 2, where you just see it and you're like, okay, yeah, no, this is crazy. But people, like, you would have thought that I got up and like I just started burning holy texts on video. Like, people lost their minds. It was pretty funny. But it's funny because I can see when people publicly sub to the channel. And I think what it was is it got shared to some subreddit somewhere. And so there were a lot of people who clearly didn't watch the video or the full clip that were losing their minds, which, I mean, it was honestly kind of funny. And what I don't understand about that is it's like you realize that clicks like help the stream. Like, they help the channel. So even like YouTube probably should distinguish between like likes, dislikes, positive and negative comments, whatever, but they don't. So like when you share a video to like have your friends try to bash it on like Discord or something, like it only helps the person posted the video, you know? It doesn't make sense. It's so stupid. But you know what? If you're not pissing off some people, you're probably not saying something potent or significant. I don't know what the term would be. You're probably not saying anything worth saying if you're just making everybody happy, you know? That's my my vibe.
Carl Frajar super chatted $6.18.
Thank you.
Here is another 5 plops. Also, Luke, have you ever watched the John Wick movies? Boing.
Boing. Thank you, first of all, for the £5. Second of all, I actually have all of them downloaded because I am going out of town Wednesday for like a wedding. And so we're going to be on the flight for a while, and I downloaded the movies to watch because people have been saying I need to watch John Wick. So I will be watching, but no, I've not seen them yet. You're in for a treat. That's what everybody says. Everybody says that they're like some of the best action movies, like period, of the modern age. I haven't played God of War Ragnarok, so correct me if I'm wrong, but is that sequel comparative what they're selling with Tears of the Kingdom? I do think that they're very comparable. And a lot of people were like, where was all of this skepticism with God of War Ragnarok? Right here. You guys know, I was also like, I don't know, man. All the trailers they've shown, all the combat in the trailers looked almost identical. It graphically looks extremely similar because it also runs on PS4. In terms of scale, it's the same maps, same worlds, just kind of reworked. I was also very skeptical of that game. Very much so. We're being consistent here. They ended up pulling off something pretty remarkable with Ragnarok, and while it wasn't the most transformational sequel, they went crazy huge with set pieces, with boss fights. Narratively, it was fascinating. They really went crazy in a good way. And so I think it's fair to bring up God of War Ragnarok and be like, were you consistent about this same concern back then? And yes. And that's pretty recent, and you guys can verify that many people, not just me, many people were like, I don't know, guys, Ragnarok looks very similar to God of War 2018, and above all of that, they didn't show like anything for God of War Ragnarok before it launched. Turns out they didn't need to, because what they had was really, really good, but they didn't show like anything, which this is one thing I just think people maybe don't process. Something can be the case, and it doesn't mean you have good reason to hold to that, okay? It could be the case that leprechauns are real, and all of those tales in Ireland about leprechauns finding and holding pots of gold at the end of rainbows, it could be that that's true. But you have no evidence for that. You have no reason to believe that, so you have no good reason or justification for holding to that belief, right? Same thing with like God of War Ragnarok before it came out. We weren't shown gameplay. We weren't shown extensive looks. Influencers and reviewers and media didn't get extended time with the game. There wasn't a lot of reason beyond just blind trust in the studio based on their previous work to hold that that was going to be an amazing Game of the Year tier sequel. It ended up being that, certainly. However, I wouldn't blame anybody if they went into that and said, oh, hell no, I'm not pre-ordering God of War Ragnarok until I've seen gameplay and I see what the game's actually like. So something can be the case without you having good reason to hold to that, right? And I think that that's the thing people just aren't connecting, is it's like, yeah, but God of War Ragnarok ended up being great and you were skeptical of that, so therefore being skeptical is nonsense. I'm like, no, there wasn't a lot of good reason beyond just trusting Sony Santa Monica to think that that game would be amazing. It ended up being amazing, but they intentionally withheld all of that stuff for spoilers and for good reason, I think. But it was ballsy. It was ballsy. Let's be real. Because if the game ended up being less than stellar, people would have lost their minds and been like, this is why you hid it from us. This is why you didn't show it in trailers, you know? Can't inferences be made based on a studio and IP's past performance? Isn't that like how the brain works? Well, exactly. That's why I said, unless, like, other than looking at the previous work and the reputation of the studio and things, you would just be going off of trust. Some people might say faith. You have faith in the studio or trust in the studio to do good work because they've done good work in the past. And in that case, you could very well be justified if their past work has honestly been up to that level. Same with like FromSoft. I think if FromSoft shadow dropped Armor Core 6, I think you'd probably have good reason to think that that's probably going to be pretty good because they haven't really had any oopsies. However, that's not always the case, right? And with Santa Monica Studio, I think the reason why most of us were still pretty pumped about Ragnarok and pretty confident it was going to be very, very good is because God of War 2018 was so great. So it's going to be interesting to see how this kind of develops. But it was just funny because I really didn't think it was like a hot take to just be like, yeah, no, I've been worried that, I think what it was is I watched the trailer in that clip, and then at the very end of the trailer, I paused it and I said, and I'll be real, I've been worried that this looks like, Breath of the Wild 1.5 or Breath of the Wild major expansion DLC. And that is like, it stirs up a fervor within the fanboys like none other. It's like if you just say within like an audience of Sonic fans, if you're like, hey, Sonic is for 6-year-old little boys, you're going to get crucified, and you got to be ready for that. You got to know what you're getting into, okay? No, the gameplay looks great. The gameplay looks great. And at the end of all of that, like I said, at the end of the whole video, I'm like, honestly, I'm pretty stoked. I still need to see like what all they bring to the table, but from this trailer that we saw, it looks like there's a bunch of varied areas and levels. It looks like there's a bunch of mini bosses, big boss fights and things and encounters. Many more, at least from the trailers, than we saw in Breath of the Wild, which was one of my frustrations with Breath of the Wild, is it felt like, and it's many people's problem with Breath of the Wild who don't like it, is that it can often feel very one note. And I get that. I love Breath of the Wild. I've spent so many hours in that game. It's ridiculous. But I understand when people say it feels very one note. It feels like you're just running through fields to find shrines. And I get it. I understand that. I think it's a little bit more nuanced than just that, but I totally understand why people might feel that way. I never knew Sonic fan base was considered that fan base until recently. For a decade and some years, I've been a fan. There are some very level-headed people, don't get me wrong. But I think what it is, can I pull up paint for this? Should I do this? I think what it is it's like this. Where's my... I think it's like this, okay? We have, like... if we go like this, we have the fandom, and this is the crazy level. Crazy. And this... How do I want to do this? Actually, no, let's go. This is the crazy. I tried, by the way, getting a Wacom tablet to do this and like actually write it out by hand. And it's weird. Those tablets just like route your mouse button or your mouse pointer to the tablet, but you can't see what's on the tablet. So you have to have like the muscle memory of knowing where on the screen you are. My brain doesn't work like that. I could practice it and I could train myself to do it, but I just don't think I could. Anyway, but then like if we go here and we say like this is age, I think if this is just like a scatter plot, it seems like there's some wild young fans of Sonic who are very crazy. And then you get into like this area and these people are all kind of level-headed, okay? Normal. But there are some, even this might be exaggerated. In my experience, it's like this, where there's like some just totally bonkers Chris Chan level crazy people in the Sonic fandom. And there's people like this for all franchises, to be fair. But it feels like this is the overwhelming majority of people. But then you have this group that's super vocal online, especially, who are just out of their minds. Like, they're straight up Sonichu level whack jobs. And they deserve compassion and care, for sure. But my God, they are out of their mind. Like that damn thing Donkey did. Where people just lost their minds at him for daring to say that Sonic Frontiers or whatever wasn't that good. Just freaking hilarious. My boss crosses his Z's and 7s. Or are you guys making fun of me for doing that? Yeah, I cross my Z's and my 7s. I've been told this is called an engineer's 7 because when you're writing on like a piece of engineering paperwork, for some people a 7 can look just like their 1s. So just to protect it, they put a line through it. So it's much easier to tell that it's a 7. I don't know why you would cross the Z though. Because there aren't any other letters unless you have like a case of bizarre, it wouldn't even be dyslexia. It's whatever it would be that would cause you to rotate the letter N just randomly when you write it. But I don't think that's a thing. However, all of that to say, there are some wild people that are Sonic fans. And it seems like there's a ton of people, not a ton, but like there's probably thousands of people way up on that graph in the totally crazy section. But 99% of people who are fans of Sonic are in the lower section. It's just the people in that 1% are super loud, you know? Bro hasn't heard of number 2? Oh yeah, I guess that's a good point. Cringe, Luke doesn't know the number 2. I guess it depends on how you write it, because I've kind of gone back and forth. I was taught to write it, you know, like the school book way, like that. I can't even do it, but I was taught to write it, you know, in that style. But I've always written it with like a little bow. So for me, it doesn't look like a Z, but I could tell if somebody wrote like that, there would be reason to cross it so it looks like a Z. But yeah, I've always done like a loopy loop. So that makes sense. If you write two like a noob. I studied crossing my Z's in school. Z look like twos when you have both in an equation. I can see that, yeah. Well, especially when you start to like write really quickly. I can see that. Calligraphy lessons, stream one. You trust me, you do not want my my handwriting advice. You know what? When people ordered those stickers, by the way, if you're interested, if you're interested in some Luke Stevens merch, we have all sorts of stuff, including the 16 times the detail collection.
16 times the detail.
Plus the website's really fun because you can just click on it and then it generates little patterns. It's kind of fun. It's stupid, but it's fun. Anyway, but if like we did this merch run where we sent out stickers, we still have some. So order some if you're interested. I actually meant to put these on sale. I have to do that. Don't order them yet. Bookmark it. Pull it up later. I'm going to put these on sale. Anyway, but when I shipped these out, I sent out for the first handful of people that ordered them, I wrote out handwritten notes to be like, thank you. Yeah, Steffi, it's international. I wrote like a little note to be like, thank you so much for your support, blah, blah, blah. And the first thing I saw, I was expecting to come back on stream and people would be like, oh, I got my stickers. Look, I'm so excited. No, somebody popped on and was like, so did anybody else see Luke's insane serial killer handwriting? Because apparently the way I write is scary for some people. So I don't know. If you want to see my weird, scary handwriting, I guess order some stickers. Oh, goodness. It was honestly, it made me laugh. It got me to chuckle. I'll give him that. Luke, do you think Splinter Cell Remake should launch this year, with it being the 20th anniversary? Should it? Yes. Will it? I don't think so. Because let's be real, Ubisoft is just doubling down on all the weirdest things. They do have that new XDefiant gameplay, which has gotten a lot of people excited. I'm gonna bring that up a little bit later. But yeah. People opening their mail like, why is the serial killer sending me stickers? Yeah. Yeah, serial killer handwriting, I don't know, Kazuma. I don't know when that became a thing or what that even really means, but apparently, maybe it means that my handwriting looks like those letters where people have like cut out individual letters from magazines and stuck them onto a piece of paper to form a bigger message, you know? Maybe it's that. My handwriting, each letter looks like a different font. So people are like, yeah, so it's clearly he's insane. Oh, goodness. Let's see. Hot take. Breath of the Wild has a great story. Zelda's story specifically. It's an interesting twist in the Zelda formula, watching Zelda and Link try to protect the kingdom and fail. I think the story at the core of the game, I would agree. The story of the game is actually compelling. How it's told is a different thing, but I would say it probably doesn't even matter because Breath of the Wild doesn't, like, it's clearly not a game that's trying to be a narrative title. It's so cringy to me when people try to defend games they really, really like in every facet. So like, Breath of the Wild is a great game. You could even say Breath of the Wild is the best open world adventure game ever. Okay. You say that. Does that mean it has the best story ever made? No. They're different things. It can be a great action adventure game. Does not mean it's got the best story ever written. And just because if you say The Last of Us Part 1 has the best story in a video game ever, which I don't think it does. I think it's communicated very well, but that's beside the point. Even if you said that, Last of Us Part 1, best story ever made, does that mean that it's the best open world adventure game? Of course not. Does that mean it has the best gunplay of any game ever? Of course not. But what a lot of people who get like super super committed to one game or to like a fanboyism of it, they will defend every aspect of it, like to the death. And it gets outrageous because it's like, you don't need to do that, you know? Like you really don't need to do that. You can just like your game and say it's a great game. It doesn't mean that it's the best at everything, full stop. You know? Doesn't make sense. People who say it has the best story forget Cars 3 Driven to Win exists. Exactly, Brandon. Oh, man. And yes, the 4090, I did pull up the footage of somebody running Breath of the Wild. I'm guessing through Simu, running it at 8K with like ray tracing, global illumination and stuff. So we'll look at that in a minute. Because it's pretty. It's kind of outrageous when you go side by side with the Switch. But my goodness. Right, Hell Retribution, Game of the Year edition. I actually ordered a copy. I wonder if I have that. Where would I have put that? I did order a copy of Ride to Hell Retribution. I got it on eBay for like $7, and it it showed up, and it's like very dinged up, and it's from like a library. It has still the library sticker stamp thing on it with the like RFID tag in it. I was like, what kind of library would have that game? Like, you know what? I was like, wow, that's a pretty cool library. It's like not a game for kids, but there's like a lot of dry humping, like a lot, an aggressive amount. Oh man. Where am I? The Digital Dreams video covering how Breath of the Wild emulation works is amazing. Yeah, that honestly, Simu it's blown me away. It's very, very impressive. Let's see. Carl, that reminds me, if you want to use that utterly tremendous art I made a while ago for stickers or anything at all, dude, feel free. Oh, yeah, I do remember that. That was awesome. Okay. Started playing Senua's Sacrifice, pretty good podcast game. Pretty good. Like with headphones you're playing it? With like the spirits whispering to you, the voices in her head being like, turn around. That game is haunting. It's also really cool. But I mean, if you can play that while listening to a podcast, you're you're a better man than I. My goodness. Luke, it's hard for me to keep a straight face while writing this college paper over nutrition and physical wellness with you talking about dry humping. I'm sorry. We'll transition. I'm sorry. If it's any consolation, it wasn't good dry humping. It was digital. They kept all their clothes on. It was just... The game is terrible. The game's a joke. Thank you for re-upping your membership, by the way. The podcast. Yes, the podcast we got. So we announced it and everything. It's kind of frustrating. I want to tell you why things have been delayed, but I cannot because there's paperwork involved. That we've signed NDAs for and stuff. So I would love to bring it up and be like, oh, this is why. We're launching on the 28th. This is why our first episode will be the 28th. But it's just, my hands are tied. I wish there was a way I could tell you, but I can't. For those of you who missed the announcement, by the way, it's actually this. Free Roam, a gaming podcast. Me and the one and only Joel Raptor will be hopping on the podcast together. and we'll be rocking and rolling weekly, broadcast live. Clips will go up, the stream will go up, syndicated across Spotify, Apple Podcast, everything. It's going to be awesome. And our goal is to also get a lot of other creators involved as well. So we get, you know, ideally weekly guests on, which will be awesome. I'm really looking forward to it. Have Andrew Tate on. I could, you know what we could do? We could have him on to talk about city skylines. And then we just start talking. He's like, I gotta ask you guys, why did you bring me on to talk about city skylines? It's not very alpha. I'd be like, well, because the biggest gameplay element in city skylines in the end game that gets really frustrating, that I've had trouble with, is the traffic simulation. And I just figured you'd be really familiar with how to improve trafficking. But he probably won't come on. He probably won't come on. Anyway, turns out you love Sonic. Yeah, I do love Sonic. Not really. Do we have Andrew Tate simps? Do we? Do we? I think we do. Oh man. Oh, bring him and Greta. Can you imagine if, like, of all of the people on the planet that could get Andrew Tate and Greta Thunberg to sit down, it's like a gaming podcast. We bring them on to talk about some like really obscure video game. That would actually be kind of funny. Oh, dude. Is Greta still like out doing stuff, or did she just like disappear going to college or something? I have no idea. I was never really that in tune with all of that, but I just know that she pissed a lot of people off. Like I had, maybe this is TMI, I had people that are like in my family that straight up, and I'm not joking, they think, I don't know if they still think this, but they thought that Greta was probably, they always said probably a George Soros plant. That she was actually like 20, 30 years old, made to look like a 16-year-old or however old she was, as part of a grand conspiracy. It's like, I think we're getting silly. I think we're getting kind of silly. But that, you know what's sad? That take in America is not that crazy. Like, that level of conspiratorial thinking is actually quite common, which is a little sad. Because I have members of my family that think that on like both sides. And then I have like, I don't want to be too specific, but I have close friends whose parents also think that. Who like moved out of state because they thought that Colorado was too liberal. It's pretty crazy. Man, yeah, not even a hot take in America. Yeah, in America, it's pretty par for the course, unfortunately. I missed the first 15 minutes of stream, but for the benefit of the YouTube stream, went back and played it on 3x speed using YouTube Revanced mod and caught up to live feed. Amazing. Oh, that's crazy. I didn't know you could do 3x with the mod. Huh. Colorado's stupid expensive. That's the one reason I would not, like, I don't think it's that bad to move out of Colorado. Nikki and I are looking at moving out of Colorado because it's so stupid expensive. Straight up, in Florida, I've said this before, but in Florida, like a very nice house, like you can get like a 3,500 to 4,000 square foot house. In Colorado, it would qualify as a mansion. In Florida, it's like 580, 600,000, depending on where. But like in the big cities, it's around there. In Colorado, that exact same house, if you copy and pasted it into Colorado, it would easily be over $1 million. Full stop. Like, it's ridiculous. Colorado is stupid expensive. Everywhere. Moving to Florida's biggest L on the planet. No income tax, baby. No income tax. Yeah, rock and roll. That is very appealing to me. I don't want to go to Texas because I'm terrified of tornadoes. And Florida also, if you go to like Tampa, or if you go even like Winter Haven or Orlando, you're close enough to the Gulf. You can just go out on the ocean with like a drive here, an hour drive. It's really not that bad. You'll have to move again in 10 years. Oh, like when a hurricane destroys everything? Probably. I did spend a lot of my childhood in Texas, so I'm very familiar with Texas. I don't really have anything against Texas other than that there's tornadoes. And I think it's because I was raised there, I have like an aggressive, compulsive fear of tornadoes. I do not like tornadoes at all. No tornadoes in Texas below Dallas. It's true, below Dallas you don't get it, but when you go below Dallas and like the Fort Worth area and all of that, you get into like much more humid, muggy weather. You know, that's less my thing. So I would like the general weather of Dallas, Austin. Austin doesn't really have tornadoes, I don't think. They have bad like thunderstorms, but they don't usually have bad tornadoes as far as I'm aware. Knock on wood. But Austin is also like the Boulder of the South. Austin, Texas is stupid expensive as well. Like crazy. Same with Seattle. Moved from a 500 square foot apartment in Seattle to 2,500 square foot in Charlotte and pay less. Yeah, it's a like ridiculous. It's honestly insane. It's crazy. Charlotte, I've heard nice things about Charlotte. You're also approaching my country below Dallas. Ooh. Yeah, it's true. But I don't know. I'm fine with some heat. But there's got to be the other perks. Like if I was closer to the Gulf, I could be about it. I do really like the idea of being able to drive for like half an hour and just go out deep sea fishing. Like pay the $20 to get on one of those big tourist boats where they drive you 20 miles off the coast into the Gulf and you can just go fishing. Like that sounds awesome. We did that when we were on vacation like 2 years ago. We went deep sea fishing and like straight up, you get on the boat, they drive you way out into the Gulf of Mexico, so far in that you can't see the land anymore. It's gone. And you fish, you get puffer fish, you get big, crazy fish. It's kind of awesome. I mean, you could move to New York. Said no one ever. But New York State, I'm sure there's nicer places. I think we do have some more extended family that lives in upstate New York, and they seem to like it. Luke, you're good to come to Orlando. I wouldn't go to Miami, though. I've always heard Miami's like a party city. I don't know if that's a good place to go if you're not like a party city person, you know? If you mention those housing prices and the humid heat, I moved here from Miami and no regrets, especially for the theme parks. Yeah, we like Orlando. We like Winter Haven. We've heard good things about. And I like the idea of Tampa as well. But Tampa, I think, is also a little pricier. But we'll see. Stay away from Portland. It sucks here. Don't tell your friends about it. When I went to Oregon, I went to Eugene, Oregon. And I actually, you know what? If I were looking at a place I would just like to go and stay for like 6 months out of the year, I think Oregon, especially near the coast, would be awesome. It's so green there. Like people always think that Colorado is like this gorgeous, beautiful thing. And like, again, if you look up pictures of Colorado, images, all the pictures look like magical. Okay. All the pictures are like this. Oh, wow. My face is blocking it. Like, oh, wow. So sexy, so stunning, brave, and beautiful. Like, who wouldn't want to live there? But the truth of the matter is that for most of Colorado, it kind of looks like this. A lot of Colorado is just kind of like a super scary, sketchy desert. And it like this looks beautiful. This looks amazing. It's like this for maybe 2 weeks. in the spring, and that's it. After that, it's generally like this. Like there's a lot of like dead brush. This is what it normally looks. This is a good representation. This is what it normally looks like. Lots of pine trees. And that's about the only green in the scene. So like it's fine. It's fine. But it's not like beautiful year round unless you're in one of the places like Vale or Aspen. But those places are flooded with vacationing millionaires and billionaires from around the country. It's outrageous. It's outrageous. Come to Portugal, but hide your wallet. That's always comforting. I'm sold. Oh man, I went to see you in Boulder from 2014 to 18 and my wallet still has PTSD. Yeah, Boulder is outrageous. Boulder doesn't make any sense. For those of you not aware like of Boulder, if you live out of country or if you just don't know, Boulder is a city in Colorado that is gorgeous. And it's gorgeous. Like, look at this. Like, it's gorgeous. You're literally going to school. Literally going to school with this as the backdrop. Beautiful mountains in the background. It's gorgeous. But it is insanely expensive. If you want to live here, like this is why I said earlier, Austin is the Boulder of the South. Boulder has actually been used in like studies because the real estate here never drops. Like it always is getting more and more expensive, and it doesn't matter what happens. The prices will just go up because everybody who's wealthy has decided this is where they want to be. So even if the economy is flopping, it's still going up and up and up and up and up. It never, like the price never drops. It's outrageous. It's ridiculous. So like we had, when I worked in real estate, we had people that would go and they'd buy a duplex in here and they'd hold it for 5 years. And by the end of the 5 years, the price had doubled in the middle of a recession. Like it didn't make any sense. There was no reason for it to double, but it doubled. Just doesn't make sense. Oh, I got that damn volcano. No, sir. You sound like my wife, Nikki. Nikki doesn't want to move to like, I threw out years ago. I was like, what if we go to LA? You can try the actor thing. You can go to auditions, try to get in movies and TV shows, commercials, stuff like that. And she said no, because California is overdue for a tsunami. It's like, you're not gonna, like, what? And then like years later, I asked her if she wanted to go to like, I think it was E3. We didn't know we were gonna have a baby this year, of course. And so I was like, oh, E3 2023, that'll totally happen. You want to come with me and we'll go to E3? And she was like, I don't know. And I couldn't figure out why. And then finally she cracked and said it was because she was worried about the tsunami. So if we go to LA, that's going to be the one time that there's the tsunami. Then we're screwed. It's like, so you're just never going to go to the West Coast like ever again until there's a tsunami. Because then it will have happened and we'll be good. Like, okay. Okay. Whatever. Same with Yosemite. Yeah, Yosemite's going to explode. I'm like, okay, let me be real with you. It doesn't matter where in the North American continent you are screwed if Yosemite blows up. It just like, you're screwed. Everybody's gone. The whole thing's over. It was fun, but we're done. That's it. So like moving to like a little bit out of state is not gonna help. Just being real with you. Hurricanes are more common though. Yes, they are more common, but they dissipate very, very quickly on land. And honestly, I know it's weird. I'm far less afraid of hurricanes and torrential downpours and stuff than I am of like tornadoes. Again, I think it's because like in my brain, the hurricanes, it's like, oh, so there's lots of rain. Okay. Wow. So scary. But with a tornado, Like a tornado will rip the roof off of your house and won't even call you back for dinner. Like, it's outrageous how powerful those things are. Like, look, okay, just look at this nonsense. Look at this outrageous nonsense. Okay, you're gonna tell me you want to move to anywhere where this happens? Like, okay, it's getting going. Come on. Doesn't want to skip forward. Okay, come on. Looks scary though, right? Looks scary. The one thing with tornadoes too, dude, they get like, the air is warm. So you would think you're in this type of storm. You see this? Oh, look, there's the funnel. It's dropping. You see how quickly that happened? In real time. There's no funnel on the ground. And then look at this. Already on the ground. That's how quickly it can drop from like 5 to 10,000 feet in the air to the ground. It's outrageous. And like the air is really warm. You'd think it would be cold with like the breeze blowing, but no, that's how tornadoes happen. It's warm air. So it's like 80 degrees and humid, and it's super windy. Usually it's in like the early afternoon when it's still warm from the sun beating down. And these things just come out of nowhere. Like, look at that monstrosity. It doesn't matter where you're going, what you're doing. Tornado don't give a truck. Oh, poor lady. She doesn't know what to do. Yeah, and if your house is in the way, look how dark this guy got. Bear in mind, this is also like, this is still in the, like a sunny afternoon. That's how dark the clouds are. Like, it looks like midnight. For the record, if anybody ever runs into this situation, this is like straight up The Last of Us. Remember the opening sequence when they're all trying to get on the highway? That's this. That's this. But in real life, because of tornadoes. Then I think they show. So tornado begins. Okay, so it eventually touched down and caused destruction at like 6 p.m. And then it started here. And over the course of 40 minutes, it just destroyed everything. So they only last like 40 minutes. But man, they can do some serious damage very, very quickly. Like, look at that. Bro. No. Just no. No. I'm good. Red fajita. I don't know. Look, I guess I'm just built different. I guess if you look at this and you're like, you either are just built different or you have a death wish. Like, no part of me is like, it'll be fine. The only way you're going to be chill and okay with this is if you literally have a concrete bunker, which in Texas and in Oklahoma and places like that, they usually do. But you have a tornado shelter where you go down underground, sealed in with concrete. So even if a tree falls down on you or it lifts a pickup truck and dumps it on you, you're going to be fine. But I personally just don't like the idea that at any moment in the spring or early summer, everything I own and cherish could literally be picked up by a storm and thrown into the next county. I don't like that. I just don't like that. I'm good. In an ingrown house, what you're describing is a hobbit hole. And while I do like the idea of a hobbit hole, I think they're difficult to build in certain parts of the country. Look up tornado damage to Jacksonboro, Texas. That was the most recent high damage one. Let's say, ooh. Jackson Borough. March of 22. Yeah, like, look, it just lifts the roofs off. You see, it flipped a car upside down. The car is just upside down. Like it was nothing. It just picked the car up, flipped it over, and set it back down. Not very gently, though. The playground's still standing, though. Props to the playground designers. But you see how it rips the roof off? It creates like this suction where it lifts roofs off of buildings. Like, it's insane. And look at that. That's somebody the day before this happened. I always go like temporal with this stuff, and I don't know why. I guess it's just how my brain works. But when I look at stuff like this, I'm like, the day before this happened, it was just regular life. You can see into their house. You can see the desk, the computers, the stuff. They were just in here chilling, dining room, having a good time. And then within 24 hours, the roof of their house is gone. Man. This is what happens. I always get baited into this. We start talking about video games and triggering Zelda fanboys. Jesus, look at that. And then within no time, I'm back on tornadoes, scaring myself. It's just how it goes. Like, look at that. That's outrageous. Now, some people have said, apparently you can like build your house out of steel. And then it's like hurricane and tornado force proof, so it should be fine no matter what. But building your house out of steel, as you can imagine, is a privilege of the wealthy. You're not going to be able to do that if you are a normal human being. Like, look at that. That's just insane. I feel so bad for these people. Your entire life just, not just destroyed, but like literally taken, shredded up, and then tossed into the air. It's almost like more infuriating and insulting. Like if you have somebody take money out of your wallet and they just take it, that sucks. But then they take it and then they tear it up in your face and throw it into the wind. That's what tornadoes do. And that's why I hate them. They're evil. They're terrible. What are your houses built of in the US? Recently, it seems like plywood and particle board, but allegedly wood. Should be built out of wood is the standard. And then they do like brick siding a lot of the time, but that's not even a given. Any new build you see nowadays is all just like very cheap wood tossed up, paneling on the sides. That's it. Luckily, a lot of pitched roofs. That helps. At least in Colorado, it's mostly pitched roofs. But yeah, Colorado and most American new build houses are not built to last, you know. Yeah, yet it costs 400 grand. Or in Colorado, I think the average house is like 580 this past week. The average transaction. It's outrageous. Like, it's so expensive. Anyway, back to gaming. Let's shift to gaming instead of freaking tornadoes that are gonna give me panic attacks. Okay. Did you see Warner Brothers just announced a Quidditch game? Are you baiting me? Am I being baited? Oh, no, I'm not being baited. Retro just tweeted something out. Hold on. Please hold. Quidditch Champions. Interesting. Signing up in the cloud saves cross device support. Oh, I don't remember what my account email is. Huh. It's no, but they said no DLC. Is it? Okay. Do they have like the actual announcement? Do you know who announced it? Wasn't these guys? I thought it would be Portkey Games, but I guess not. Warner Brothers Games. Well, there you go. Huh. That's wild. I mean, I predicted that they were working on something. I didn't think it was going to be like a Fortnite re-artworked, like totally separate game. I just thought they'd reuse the same systems and stuff that they had in Hogwarts Legacy, but I guess not. Oh, dude, they make you fill in like a full like questionnaire to decide if you're worthy. Wow. There any news here? Here is the tweet, guys. If you want to play Quidditch, I guess sign up for the playtest. Huh. Like, look at this. Look at this. So I have to go in and it's like, what platforms do you play on? PS5, PC desktop, PC laptop, Series X and S, and Switch. What types of games do you play and how many hours of each type do you have in total to date? For example, in my lifetime, I played 300. Oh, lifetime? Bro. Fantasy sports? I'm not much. I don't really play fantasy sports. Hero shooters? I don't even know. Maybe like across all of them? I don't even know how to start to do this. Across my entire life, when I was a kid, I played a lot, but not, I mean, like 30-minute increments. Battle Royale, Fortnite, PUBG, probably also like 1,500. I don't know. First person, third person shooters. It like a lot of these overlap. Because like, does Apex count? Do I count those hours in Battle Royale and hero shooters and first person shooter? I'm just going to say 2,000. I have no idea. Not really a lot of those. Harry Potter games. If you count the Lego ones, I don't know. This is a really, really weird way of doing this. Fantasy sports, should I say I've played more to try and be more appealing to them? Fall Guys, Brawl Stars, Roller Champions, Rocket League. What would be another game? I don't know. Yeah, this has to be why Quidditch didn't happen to Hogwarts Legacy. Warner Bros. Must have been like, nope, we got that covered. I think so. I mean, it looks like they've had this in the works. This isn't something you throw together in a few months. Like, I would guess they greenlit this project like a year ago or 2 years ago. It just depends on how expansive it is. But I mean, if it really is a standalone, like, adventure games, maybe. And out of adventure games, they probably spent like, I don't know. I have no idea how to even begin quantifying that. Just like Harry Potter, I've never played a Harry Potter game. And 10 being I love Harry Potter, would play any Harry Potter game. How big of a Harry Potter fan are you? Maybe an 8. I like it. What is your motivation for playing a game? I enjoy earning complete missions. Sure. I enjoy being strategic. Part of the story, yep. Creative customizing character my own. It's not like my main reason. I enjoy being part of a community, playing socializing with my friends. Hell no! Nobody needs friends. It's fine. I enjoy being part of a community. I already read that. Enjoy fast-paced action like shooting, melee combat, intense competition. Sure. Enjoy team dynamic, focus games, sports simulations. Sure, I like that. I enjoy competing with my with other players, mastering games. Sure. Okay. Well, there we go. Do they have any info on this Discord? So Quidditch. The game is Quidditch. Character customization. Every athlete must know their surroundings, including the field that they play on, if they want to be the best. And Quidditch is far from an exception. From the hoops at the pitch to the lush green fields below, you can discuss everything about the Quidditch fields in the environment channel. Broomflight Keeper. Okay. Seeker. Huh, okay. I don't really know what the point of all of this is, but I mean, they built out a Discord. That's cool. That's a thing. It just looks. Oh wow. The playtests are the 21st and 22nd. Wow, okay. Interesting. So they're getting going quick. Wow. That's surprising. I wasn't expecting this today, but okay. I mean, just look at the stark comparison. Suicide Squad Killed the Justice League will now launch on February 2nd, 24. 9 years after their last game. And then above it, they have like this big, generally positively received announcement. Well, there you go. Did not see that coming, but there you go. Will it flop? I don't know. I think it'll probably do fine. If it's a decent Quidditch game, as we've seen with Hogwarts Legacy, the volume of people that are interested in more Harry Potter themed games and like Hogwarts themed games, it's crazy. Tons of people love this world and want more stuff to do with it. So I think it's probably going to do fine. Is it going to be like, you know, watch out Apex Legends, watch out Warzone? No, of course not. But I think it'll be received well, and I think people will have fun with it. Yeah, that's fine. Oh yeah, their HBO Harry Potter series. Can't wait to see Chris Pratt as Harold Potter. With a weird Italian accent too. Okay, I don't know if I'm making this up. I feel like I read something where the director of the film or one of the producers came out and said that they had to shoot down Chris Pratt's original version of Mario and the voice because he was doing like the Vinny thing from Family Guy or from The Godfather and everything. Like super stereotypical Italian. They're like, bro, you gotta calm down. You've got to chill out. I know, I thought it was fine, but he was so forgettable. Like they literally could have gone with anybody else cast. Or cast anybody else and it would have been fine. Like he brought so little to the role, it could have literally been anybody else and it would have been the same movie. Like they probably could have pulled anybody from the street and been fine. You know? There's this Harry Potter mobile game that's coming out that has interesting art. I have seen that one. It does look nice. I'm plumbing here. Somebody told me that they didn't like how, they did not like how, I think it was basically the thick Italian accent that's typical of Mario was used in the opening bit when they were making fun, like when they were doing a commercial for their Mario Brothers business. And then the moment the commercial's over, they're like, was the accent too much? Did it sound ridiculous? And they're like, okay, so Italian accents sound ridiculous. Like I saw some people were like, I didn't like that. Like imagine if they had somebody with like a thick, I don't know, Spanish accent or something, or a thick Russian accent or Japanese accent or whatever. And then right after the little commercial they filmed, they cut it off. And they're like, was the accent too much? Did it sound ridiculous? I could see why that might be insensitive or it might be weird. But in general, I thought the movie was fine. The true Mario voice would be so annoying if it was for the whole movie. I think that's what they realized, is it was going to eventually just be distracting if they kept to it, which honestly I can sympathize with. It doesn't change the fact that I think Chris Pratt is a weird choice. But I would not blame them at all if they decided to stick it, you know, a different way because they thought it would get old. I'm so confused by the Gollum game. As a Lord of the Rings fan, I'm intrigued, but I'm not sure I get it. Yeah, and the thing, I've actually been looking and trying to get a hold of them because I would love to get access to that game early to like actually play and try. Because, man, it looks outrageous in so many ways. Official pre-order trailer. Like this is the trailer right now. Where's my full screen? Boop. Like look at this. Oh, I muted it. Is that the whole thing? That's the whole thing. Hands-on preview. Beta version. Oh, dude. Just look at our man here. The Gollum model's weird. The whole thing is a little weird, honestly. I get it. It's not easy to make like a super high fidelity model on par with the films. Cause like if we look up the video of what it looked like in the films. Gollum the Hobbit. Galoo. Like look at what they were able to do in the film. Granted, this is a film. This isn't a video game. This is a film. They are not burdened with the same restrictions as a video game where you have to do it and render it in real time. However, this is what people remember, and this is how people know Schmeagol Gollum. And so to go from this to this is just a little jarring, you know? And plus, they don't even look super similar. Like the proportions are slightly different. You know, it's just different. Think about how good the movies were and how long ago they were made. Oh yeah, the original were great. Yeah, I thought The Hobbit honestly got a bad rap. Clearly, they milked that for all it was worth. That thing should not have been 3 movies. 2, I think, was fair, but the third movie was bizarre. It was like 2 hours of fight sequences that never really went anywhere. But honestly, like, I thought the Hobbit trilogy, if you watched it as like one movie, one long movie, it's long, but it's pretty good. I enjoy it. It's a good time. However, the original trilogy was just outrageously good and looked very, very good. And even this, the compression that's being done here is very, very aggressive. But even this was 2012. It's wild. Do you feel old yet? 11 years ago is when The Hobbit came out. That's outrageous. Okay, maybe this is just me. I personally cannot stand when games use these weird, unique fonts. It makes it look way less premium. It makes it look like very, very amateur. And I don't know if that's just me, but it always drives me crazy when there's like a really cheap looking font that's used for subtitles. It's really, really strange. It's just an odd choice. It's like, if they just did like a basic, I don't even know, just like any basic font. Hell, I would take Times New Roman over this. This is just weird. I see this, I don't get more immersed because of the font choice, you know? At least they didn't use Papyrus. Looking at you, James Cameron. Oh yeah, Jesus. Good old Comic Sans. But man. Damn, Luke took that font personally. This looks like it was made by the Fable team back in the day. It's just, it does look very outdated. There's no way to twist it. And how much do they want for this? Do we know? I don't think they have it listed. Gollum game. I can't type Gollum today for some reason. How much do they want? $50. 50. A full 50. That gets a little tougher for me because, man, $50. And I think it already looks super outdated. Like if this launched back in 2020 on the PS4, I think people would not be that thrilled. But we're 3 years into this console generation. Oh, that's weird. The video volume is muted. Oh, weird. Let me refresh. Can you hear this now?
Exploits of Smeagol was being developed, you were skeptical. Though vital to the story of Middle-earth's conflict with Sauron, he is largely a one-note antagonist who's present for as long as necessary throughout the books and no longer.
Okay, good. Weird.
At least that's what I thought going in. But my brief time with the Lord of the Rings Gollum makes a solid first
Look at the artifacting around his mouth.
argument that the lost journey of the third Hobbit could be just as interesting as Frodo and Bilbo's. Much of the new story blends seamlessly with the well-established lore, but it's Smeagol's relationship with his suppressed alter
This is like that cat game Stray with Gollum skin. Dude, should that be my should I put that take out there and just watch those Stray fans lose their minds? Dude, when I came out and I said, listen, it was so stupid. Like it was one of the dumbest things. I get sometimes, oh Luke, sometimes I have L takes. I have Luke takes. Okay. Sometimes I have bad takes. Let's be real. I know that's shocking, but even I can admit it. Sometimes I say stupid stuff. One that I will stand by vociferously is my take on Stray. The game is super short and it was available on day one on PlayStation Plus. You know what I said? You know the controversial thing I said? I said you should get it on PlayStation Plus, download it for free, and play it for the 3 hours there without having to pay for it. People like lost their minds. I kid you not, one of the top like upvoted comments on that video was somebody saying, so you're suggesting that we shouldn't financially support the developers. You realize this is a small team, like it's Team Luke. Like you realize that you're harming the studio. It's like, what are you talking about? They clearly signed a deal with PlayStation to get the game posted on the PlayStation Plus plan. Like, what are you talking about? What are you actually talking about? Like, I'm not saying go pirate the game. If I was saying that, yeah, I can totally see. If I was getting up there and I was like, oh, the game's really short, so just pirate it, steal the game and play it that way, then yeah, you have a right to be upset with me. I didn't say that though. I said this place where they officially signed a contract with Sony to make it available for free, you should play it there instead of paying whatever it was, like 30, 40 bucks for it. Because 40 bucks or 30 bucks, whatever it was, for 3 hours is a lot in the context of other games that are available for that amount, you know? But dude, like people lost their minds. That was one of those moments where I was just like, okay, I don't know if I'm being trolled right now. This might be like part of some psyop where they're messing with me and seeing if I freak out, like the trolls are poking and prodding. But I felt like I was taking crazy pills. It's like, what on earth are you talking about? Caitlin, good to see you. Thank you. Couldn't get into Stray. I thought Stray was fine, but Stray was like, man, it was very short. And for me, I thought it was generally pretty mindless, and I just didn't think it was probably worth paying $25 if it was available for free elsewhere. But man, you would have thought that I said something like horrifying. You would have thought that I was up there dropping like boogie takes or something. Like, man, people lost their minds. That was one of the moments where I was like, okay, we're just gonna ride this out, because that was insane. That's ridiculous. But it was all like PlayStation crazy fanboys that were like, how dare you not recommend that this is just a full-on buy? Like, it was crazy. Exactly, Defeater Eater. Exactly. I've said far more insane things. Far more insane things. Anyway. Oh my God. Rex is trying to trigger me. Don't spend money on Stray. Put that cash towards a PlayStation DualSense Edge and play Stray on Plus with that Edge. Yeah, that's triggering me. All right, moving on.
That keeps the journey compelling. There's the possibility of following the footsteps of Middle-earth's greatest misfit and watching him duel himself. The body of the man is piloted by two minds, the naive and placid Smeagol and the selfish and malicious Gollum. Whenever he's guided to make a
Okay, is anybody else like weirded out by this bowl cut? Is that weird to anybody else? It feels like if you cannot get the game's hair physics working better than this, you should just give them a haircut. Just get rid of the hair. You know? It's not working for me.
choice, they're usually from either perspective. Does Smeagol answer a question honestly and earnestly, or does Gollum lie and insult the inquirer? The developers told me that these choices do add up.
Oh man. This is just like, this is one of those games where I honestly, like, I don't know why. And don't take this out of context, people who think that I'm like trying to be overly mean. Games like this make me feel actually bad for like poking and prodding. Cause like, just look at this. Look at the texture quality, the lighting quality, like, I get it. They put on screen in big bold letters, beta version, not final quality. I get that. But you're choosing to send this out. You're choosing to distribute this as an example of your game. And this looks like pre-alpha for most games. This looks like early stages. No part of this looks like it's ready to be shown to anybody. So, like, the question is, are they just rushing this out, or is this honestly the best they can do? And if this is the best they can do, like, it feels like beating up on somebody, like, for their middle school project. Like, that's the same feeling I have. Like, if somebody asked me, hey, can you roast this game that was developed by a fifth grader? I would feel really bad doing it, because I'm like, no, the fifth grader really tried. You shouldn't expect him to do really good work. But in this case, this is made by like a team of adults, and it's presumably like a multi-million-dollar project that they're trying to sell you for $50. And that's where exactly Blackjack. That's where it becomes easier for me to poke and prod. Because this is just, I mean, come on. $50, come on. And even if somebody is like, for the record, even if somebody is like, well, Luke, graphics aren't everything. A game doesn't have to be graphically stunning to be worth playing. And that's true. However, there is such a thing as modern standards. And the modern standard of graphical fidelity for $50 is a lot higher than this. Okay? Especially if you choose to go with a more realistic art style and you choose to do third-person perspective instead of 2D sprites or something. Like, you're choosing to do this, so you have to live up to that standard. If you go the route of 2D like hand animated games, you've got to be ready to be compared to Spiritfarer, to Cuphead, to those handcrafted art games. And if you choose to go the route of like third person adventure 3D game, you've got to be prepared to be compared to the peers in your that you're going up against. And in this case, it's just not on par with other $50 titles, you know? It's just not. Brandon, they should have scrapped this and done cell shaded art style or something. That would honestly cover up most of this. And maybe honestly, maybe that's what they're trying to do, and it's just poorly implemented, so it just looks like a really terrible 3D game. But yeah, man, it's a weird choice. Chris, I've been eyeing Spiritfarer. Is it good? I just started it like impulsively on the Steam Deck like 2 days ago, so I'm not very far in. I've been playing it right before bed, so I'm only like an hour and a half in, but I've been really enjoying it. I've actually been pleasantly surprised. I don't know how complex it'll get or how much content is there, but judging by the reviews, people are very positive towards it. If there's anybody in chat who's played Spiritfarer, let us know. But I'm really liking it so far. I feel like robbed that I didn't find out about it sooner. Did you see the news about Sega purchasing Rovio, the Angry Bird devs? No, I did not. That's interesting, though. Scooping them up. I'm surprised they're still independent, honestly. That's crazy. I think that with how the industry works nowadays, although graphic fidelity is not everything, it tends to be a pretty good representation of the end result in a lot of cases, in my humble opinion. I get what you mean, though. Like, I think that love it or hate it, people, one of the easiest ways to gauge whether a game is going to have like polish is by looking at the graphics. And so if you see like, do I need to go get the door? Is there a package there? No, it looks like you dropped it off. Hold on, the UPS guy just came. Okay, I think we're good. Anyway. But if your game has a bunch of graphical issues, if it's got weird artifacting, if it has really poor textures, why would I think that the rest of the game is going to be refined and polished? And honestly, like the whole industry right now is built around instilling confidence in people. And if you can't instill confidence in people, like if you go with just a basic meter of confidence levels, if you start with never hearing of the developer, never hearing of anything, it's just a brand new announced game at the Game Awards, zero knowledge of it before, you're probably going to be somewhere over here. And the further along this you go, the higher the likelihood that you purchase the game at the end of the day and actually play it. One of the things that moves this needle is graphical fidelity. If the game is graphically really stunning, a lot of people are going to pay a lot more attention to it. And then if it comes out that early access previews are really, really positive, that's going to instill even more confidence. It's going to actually move this needle even further. And then, you know, other things that could move this needle would be something like, if you're saying you've never heard of the studio before, you're starting over here, right? But if it's coming from, say, Naughty Dog, all of a sudden for a lot of people, this needle is going to be over here. Because they're like, oh, everything Naughty Dog touches, or Rockstar, or CD Projekt Red, or Bethesda, any one of these studios, it starts way higher, your confidence level. And then you hear, oh, it's super buggy, or with Redfall. Oh, this graph makes no sense. Where's the pie? Or if you ask, like with Redfall, the 30 FPS thing, they went from here because it's arcane, but then Redfall announces 30 FPS only, and that confidence in the game drops. The needle moves. And the thing is, with a game like this Gollum Lord of the Rings, the truth of the matter is that it's just, I don't think the needle was ever very high for this because nobody really wanted it. But even if you're like, oh, I'll give it a shot, could be good. Seeing the way that the game looks now, the graphical fidelity that they're able to put forward is just not very confidence instilling. It's just, it is going to drop, and it's going to make people even less likely to do it. Sometimes, though, weirdly enough, I think there's some occasions where a game can actually, like, say this arrow breaks and spins past here, it can actually snap and swing all the way back up here because the game is seen as such a dumpster fire that people are interested in it. Like the day before, where it's almost like it gets so much negative press that it actually becomes a point of discussion and entertainment, and almost like a lol cow of games, you know, where it's so bad that it's good. Does that make sense? That could be a thing in some situations, I think. Like Abandoned's maybe the best example of this, where it's like torn apart. Everybody agrees this is like a scam and is terrible, but there's still people that are like, but it could be the next PT. And I guarantee you, if they made that thing available for sale, there would have been a lot of YouTubers and streamers and stuff buying that game and playing it on stream to see for themselves if it's that good or if it's actually something secret, you know? So I think that's the thing. Anyway, but looking at this, man, this is not doing it for me.
And eventually you'll find yourself in positions where one personality will dominate the conversation.
Yeah, I hate playing. A lot of people do it with like YouTubers and streamers where like King Cobra.
That's most definitely what's up.
King Cobra is a lol cow. People watch his stuff, not because they honestly think that his cooking videos are informative or helpful. They watch it because it's so terrible that it's entertaining. And with video games, I think the same kind of thing can happen. It's less likely to happen, but it can happen.
On your preference of one over the other. This isn't a standard morality system as you've seen in games like Mass Effect, as not every choice Smeagol makes will keep him out of trouble. Sometimes it's the obsessive self-interest of Gollum that will keep him out of chains. This expresses itself in interesting ways while you explore the world too. In one chapter, you're escorted into a spooky keep somewhere in Mordor by an imposing orc. He walks back to his post and gives you strict orders to stand still and wait for a gong. A good Smeagol would have nervously waited, but as a shifty little Gollum, I attempted to escape.
Clever orc. The other one. He'll see us. We need to stop.
He's quite the climber, with the platforming feeling largely like the Uncharted variety of ledge grabbing, vine scaling, and acrobatic swing jumping. It was a little jarring at first to see him move so video gamely, considering my impression of the character established from books and movies, but after a while, his almost...
Yeah, see, like the look of the mud makes me think this is stylized, because this looks so weird. It looks so weird. Like, it looks like there's no textures at all. It looks like it's just a flat single color.
supernatural scampering feels right. This, mixed with its approach to combat, to discourage it at every
But then like oh my god, like other parts of it look like they're trying to go more realistic, like the armor. So it makes me think that there's just like no textures on the floors. Like this whole thing like actually breaks my brain. It looks like a clay model of the level that hasn't been like painted or anything.
in favor of stealth and trap laying. Combined,
So like this makes me think that it's not an art style or stylistic choice, because there's way more detail in this than just like a single color.
to lock you into a style of play that feels appropriate for the sort of creature who lives in the shadows of bigger, scarier things and lives to tell the tale. At the end of the above section, after traipsing over jagged scaffoldings and tiptoeing through laboratories and offices full of very important and conspiratorial-looking objects, I met a creeper named Candleman. His poise and
Oh my God, the
intimidation
hair.
factor made him feel right at home on the cliffs of Mount Doom, so I assumed this was a character from a book I'd missed, like the Silmarillion. I was corrected by Demiri Napide, lore master of the Daedalic development team, who assured me that he and several characters I had met in the roughly hour-long demo were creations for this story. Established characters like Gandalf the Grey make an appearance as well, and are written and performed in a way that feels spot on to the characters we know and love. Does all this make a cohesive experience?
And this is like, again, this is the conflicting thing, because I can tell there's a lot of passion here. There are people doing this and working on this game that really care, that love this world and want to make the game great. But it just goes to show you sometimes video games are not as simple as just having a handful of people that are really passionate and really good. Sometimes there's more pieces to the puzzle, and sometimes not sometimes, all the time, it's about the team coming together with a single vision to figure something out, and to make something great. And if each individual piece isn't clicking together properly, you'll end up with something like this that's just really off-putting. You just look at it and it doesn't come together. Someone needs to get passionate about graphics. Well, Brandon, it might honestly be that it's just like a technical issue that they've run into that they can't seem to figure out how to fix. They might be in too deep, and that sucks. But sometimes I've been told, I've actually been reading a few books on game development to try and get a deeper understanding of this stuff. Some game design textbooks from college courses and stuff. And in those books, like, they describe the systems and the tool sets and things. And sometimes as they move between each individual package or set or build or whatever you want to call it, usually they'll set it, forget it, set it, lock it down, move on, set it, lock it down, move on. So they'll get the movement set and animation set, lock it down, move on. They'll get the combat, set it, lock it, move on, and they'll just continue through the game like that. And it looks like they might have just gone in and locked down a really crappy version of the graphics system or something. I don't know. I don't know how you explain how this goes from, like, here there's some textures on the walls, on the stones, but you go back just a little bit
that justifies
in the video, and like, it's stunning how bad the level looks. Like, look at that. It's insane. So I don't know how that even happens. I have no idea. This is well above my pay grade. I have no idea. It's insane. Rocky, good to see you. Luke, I'm sorry. Sorry, that's all caps. Luke, I'm so sorry I haven't been able to mod lately. It's just been that I'm moving places and have no Wi-Fi at the moment. You're good, man. You're good. You chill. Hope all is well. Unfortunately, texture loading still exists. I don't know if it's texture loading, though, because I haven't seen all of these like clay looking or dirt and muddy sections. None of it looks like texture loading, because normally if there's texture loading, for one, you'll see pop in when it eventually loads in, or two, you'll see parts of it loaded in and then other sections of textures not loaded in. So like this landing would be loaded, but then the wall maybe isn't loaded in yet until it pops in. Usually at least one texture has been loaded in, but in this case, not a single one of the textures has been loaded in. I don't know how that happens. I don't know.
After a while, his almost supernatural scampering feels right. This, mixed with its approach to combat...
I went back.
Taking another trip into the well-worn territory. There's not enough in this demo to be certain, but the Lord of the Rings
like, come on,
Gollum
dude.
does at least make a good first impression.
Come on, dude. Look at this water.
Certain, but the Lord of the Rings...
Like, there's just no way to spin this other than that it looks like a remaster of a PS2 game. That's just, it is what it is. And like I said, graphics matter. I know it can be like annoying because it's like, oh, but games aren't all about graphics, but they do matter. Otherwise, why would studios put so much time, effort, and money into making their games look as good as possible? Like, graphics matter. That water's 2D. You're not even joking. It is a bunch of 2D little sprites that are stitched on. This is going to be the game of the year, 2006. Yeah, it's just... And this is, as I've said a few times recently, often perception matters more than reality. And that's not me saying that like truth doesn't matter or anything. What I'm saying is that if the perception, like, again, this game could be amazing. Let's just say hypothetically that the gameplay is tremendous. The world design's stunning. The narrative is actually really good, surprisingly. But graphically, it's a disaster. The perception with the public will be that this game is ugly, that this game was lazily thrown together, that the devs are incompetent, blah, 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 all because the game looks terrible. And then because that's the perception that lives on and is established on Reddit and in YouTube videos and streams and all this. That's what the game will be remembered for. And maybe in 5 years they can correct it. And maybe in 5 years it becomes a cult classic. That happens sometimes. I think that happened with like Days Gone, where a lot of people bashed that game at launch for good reason. It was very broken and pace was totally off. But the narrative became that Days Gone was a lackluster Sony exclusive by a team that got out of their depth. That became the narrative. That became the perception. And so that's all that really mattered for the success of Days Gone. Years later, it got a cult following, but it was too late. They lost out on the chance for a sequel. It was too late. It didn't really matter. And with this, same thing. It could be the case that this game ends up being amazing, but it doesn't really matter so long as the perception stays so negative. And I mean, this guy sounds like he's actually pretty positive towards the game. It sounds like he actually likes it. He said, Lord of the Rings, or he said that this has like a good first impression. What did he say? Come on.
Into the well-worn territory. There's not enough in this demo to be certain, but the Lord of the Rings Gollum does at least make a good first impression, outlining a solid case.
Good first impression. Now he's the one that played it. I don't know. It's so bizarre that it could actually feel that it actually feels fun. It's something you would see on the GameCube. If it's fun, I'll actually play this. I'm just so happy the Vita is still getting support. Oh, that's great. Man, it's yeah, he's largely a one-note antagonist. Have you actually read Lord of the Rings? Dude, this is why it's not worth saying anything in any YouTube videos. Like, even if you say something that you can defend if you explain it within a sentence or two, you're going to have people that are like, well, actually. Oh, man. I don't know. It's, again, but this is kind of the established. Like, this is so bizarre that it actually feels fun. It's bizarre because the perception is that it's going to be terrible because of what it looks like. Graphics matter. And when this is your... Oh, dude. When this is what you're selling your game on, you shouldn't be surprised when people are less likely to jump on it, you know? Also, check out the Armored Core 6 leaked key art that people are able to pull using Xbox pre-install trick. Oh, weird. Yeah, I can do that.
Is from piloting one of the strangest and yet most important characters in the lore. Hopefully the final product, launching on May 25th for PC and consoles, melds the split personality choices, parkour, stealth, and story into a project you won't want to throw into a volcano. For more on the Lord of the Rings, don't miss our review of Season 1 of Amazon's Lord of the Rings show.
Man. Didn't that Lord of the Rings show suck? I haven't watched any of it, but I've not heard good things. You said it was armored. Some artwork. Some artwork leaked. Okay. I mean, if you even call this a leak, I don't... I'll be real. I don't know what I'm supposed to make of this. I guess if you don't want to see an alleged spoiler for Armored Core 6, don't look at the screen. This looks like garbage, though. I can't even tell really what's going on. So I guess just be warned with that. Clearly it's two mechs fighting, but it's like so blurry and pixelated that I can't tell much of anything. So I guess this is a spoiler, but it kind of, yeah, it looks AI generated. It kind of looks like, you're right, maybe an AI generated thing that was then downscaled and they put a bunch of like pixelation filters on it. I don't know. This looks really, really weird. Yeah, you've ruined the game for me. Exactly. Well, you see, it's a spoiler because these are the fires of the Rubicon. That's what this is. This is the fire of Rubicon. So that's why it's a spoiler. This one's pretty old. Okay, let me find a different one then. Because if that's it, then I'm like, okay, we don't have much to go on. Okay, Armored Core 6 leak. Key art. Oh wait, I might have found the new one. Hold on. Please hold. Please hold. Okay. This one looks better. Just looks like Transformers. If it's real, this makes me incredibly erect. I just got a screenshot by streaming my Xbox to my PC, although there's a little toggle menu at the bottom left I couldn't find a way to get rid of. Okay. Yeah, this looks more real. This looks real. It's still... I mean, I don't know. With AI art now, you never know. But, I mean, I don't know what you would expect. Looks fine. Looks good. I don't know. If there's any Armored Core guys in here that know what this might mean, let me know. I don't know if there's anything to take from this, or if it's just kind of like a basic piece of artwork. That's wallpaper material. Take a screenshot. Yeah. Man, the part looks like a mix between Gen 3 and Gen 4. Not sure what that means, but okay. John Rubicon isn't looking too good. Someone get that mech a wrench or something. Dead ass? Yeah, the 4K version. Oh, this looks like they just did an AI upscaler. This looks way better than that. See the weird artificial sharpening on it? Yeah. Finna buzzin'? Yeah, finna buzzin'. That's called a mech. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's a mech standing there. Could be a leak, could be AI art. I don't know. The fact that this guy was able to find, he went in and he said that he did the same trick and found it. This one's like a screenshot of a TV he took on his phone. And then this is the actual version of the picture, not on the phone. So this looks, I think this even has, yeah, this has like information here. This has parts of the picture that weren't in this one. So this makes me think that it's more likely to be real. I doubt these two guys are working together to fake something like this with AI art. But yeah, I mean, if it's real, okay. I don't know. Looks sexy. Is Armored Core basically just Transformers? Or is me saying that going to get me canceled by Armored Core fans? It's not. Why not? Well, people ride. Okay, so to be more specific. To be more, is it like Transformers that you can ride inside of? And control. Let me rephrase it. How is this any different than Fortnite? You realize in Minecraft, I have enough dedicated wham to be able to recreate this exact same thing, okay? You got nothing on my dedicated wham. So back up. Okay, Twitter, do your thing. Oh, man. No, that's Power Rangers. Oh, okay. My bad. My mistake. My mistake. It's actually just a mod for Fortnite. Yeah, From Software. Can you imagine? They're like, the reason we were able to get this out so quickly after Elden Ring is because we're just building the whole thing in Fortnite creator mode. Honestly, that probably would cause like the Fortnite 12-year-olds to descend on it. And it honestly would probably sell very, very well if that was the case. So it's basically Trucking Sim 3. Yeah. So what you're saying is that it's basically Truck Simulator. Okay. Got it. Got it. Yeah, Max doing L dance would end me, to be honest. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, what's this? Are you pranking me, Whippy? Oh, you got me the whole link to the lore. Okay, I'll keep this pulled up. I can go through it later. Okay, let's do they released the launch trailer for Dead Island 2, and then I'm gonna see. I haven't been able to get a hold of this guy. The plan for today was to do a debate with a fella who, at this point, I want to keep nameless. But the goal was to do a debate with this dude on whether Breath of the Wild is overrated. But he has not been responding, and so I think he might have gotten cold feet and be bailing. In which case, we will just shift, and I kind of anticipated this might be the thing because he was a little skitsy. So I have a series of Reddit threads and posts of people arguing that Breath of the Wild was overrated, so we'll go through those instead. But anyway, yeah, you win. Yeah, if you don't show up, it's easy. Okay, let's see this Dead Island 2 launch trailer from PlayStation.
Some water. I was trying to fucking help you! Oh, fuck.
Say something.
I'm not a zombie. Immune. You know you do. I'm immune! Come on, big boy. Let's fucking do it. Sam, if we're immune, we need to tell the authorities. I hear ya. I'm part of the CDC team in LA. You don't know shit. Out there, you gotta be a mechanic, medic. Jackie fucking Chan rode into one. I've seen all his movies. Nope! Climb out and fry!
There's millions of those things out there, just waiting to sink their teeth into us.
You're screwed! I think the survival of the human race may depend on the blood in my veins. Yeah, man, no shit.
It's just The Last of Us
This motherfucker.
in LA.
Come on, fuckers! Hit them till they stop biting.
Who do you voodoo, bitch?
Okay. Not bad. Not bad. So when did Dead Island 1 come out? Was that a while ago? Dead Island. And I don't think they've been working on anything other than that, right? Other than the sequel? 2014? No, 2011 is when it launched. 2011. Have they really not made anything since then? Surely they've done other stuff. Um, hmm. Dying Light. Dying Light, the following, launched in 2016. So they really did do Call of Juarez, Dead Island, Dying Light 2. No, wait, this is Dying Light. No, wait, no, that's right. It's right, like breaking my brain. Do they have two teams within the studio, or is it all just one team for Techland? They teased Dead Island 2 in 2014, so they might not have released a ton of it. The devs kept picking it up and dropping it. Dumbbuster. They call me Mr. Dumbbuster. Chorus type video games. Free radicals subsidiary of Crytek. Crytek suffered financial crisis due to internal structuring, pay wages, staff of the UK studio. Okay. So they have specifically listed Deep Silver and Dambuster. So Dambuster seems to be the team currently heading it up. Okay. Published by Deep Silver. Okay. And Dambuster was previously under Crytek UK. And then later, in 2014, they suffered a financial crisis due to internal restructuring and was unable to pay wages to the staff members. Oops! That's an oopsie. The company at the time was working on Homefront: The Revolution. Oh, I remember that. But Crytek decided to sell the franchise to Deep Silver and closed down the studio. Most of its staff members were moved to Dambuster Studios, a studio founded by Deep Silver in accordance with British law to continue Homefront: The Revolution's development. Dambuster is the third Deep Silver in-house studio development team, following Volition and Fish Labs. By August of 2019, Dambuster had taken over development of Dead Island 2 from Sumo Digital and had 140 employees. And Sumo... Oh, dude. These are the guys that made Hood, Sackboy, Team Sonic Racing, Crackdown 3 they were involved with. Oh. So at some point, these guys were working on it, and they got kicked to the curb, and Dambuster took over. And seemingly has gotten it across the finish line. They've finished the game. Interesting. So it was the project that just was cursed. They could never get it out of development hell until these guys took it over. But a team of 140 people is pretty small nowadays. That's pretty small. Like, what would be a comparable game to this? I don't even know. Like, in terms of scope, what would be a comparable game to this? It doesn't have to be zombie related. Just like a game that would be similar in scale to what they're trying to do. But modern. So we could look at a team, like total number of employees and stuff. Wasn't Hood the PvPvE? Yeah. Hood was... I played it back in the day. I thought it was fine, but it was super unbalanced. There were a bunch of like weird glitches and exploits. I don't remember which it was, but there was one character that was just totally broken for like 3 weeks at launch. And by the time they fixed it, everybody had stopped playing. Saints Row, maybe Dying Light 2 is the best example. Yeah, I just don't know how big this game. I guess that's right. But like Dying Light 2, if we just go with that. Oh my goodness. Dying Light 2. And then that was made by Techland. And they have over 400 employees. Meanwhile, these guys have 172 as of 2021. So it could be way more than that, to be fair. They could have hired a lot more people as they've gotten closer. About maybe... Yeah, they don't have a lot of details, but yeah, Time Splitters 2, GoldenEye 007, Time Splitters, Crytek involved with Crisis 2, Crisis 3, Homefront: The Revolution, Warface and Rise: Son of Rome. And now they're moving on to this. So like this is an established studio. They know what they're doing. They've had some oopsies, like 2014 falling apart and then being rebuilt and restructured. It's hard to say how many of the team, the original team, are still here, but they have a good history. They might be able to pull it off. I remember I think it was Carrick. I think he came out and he tweeted something. Let's see. Dead Island 2, enough said. This week is going to be a busy one. Okay. He said something specifically that was really like interesting. It was like, oh, one of the games that people are really excited for or very interested in. It's super fun. I don't know where it is. Yeah, I guess I don't see it. Maybe he deleted the tweet. I don't know. But I could have sworn him or maybe somebody else. I don't know. But there was somebody who's like pretty well established in the review space who tweeted out that they were like, one of the games people love hating on is, or one of the games people have anticipated sucking or something like that. It's actually really fun. And it was in like under embargo, so he couldn't describe it. So I don't know. It might end up being really good. I know there's been some concerns because like people I think were upset with, what was it that people were upset? They were upset with like, I think that it was broken up into multiple little maps instead of one big open world. So you would have to, there's like a load screen between each area of the map and each area of LA. It's not just like totally open. I think there were also concerns with like the like writing, because I think some people saw some stuff and it was a little like some of the dialogue they thought was cringe. I don't know. Yeah, stop scrolling Twitter on stream. Yeah, because I was on Carrick's feed. I figured it was probably safer. I wouldn't browse the For You page anymore. I would try not to, but on Carrick's, if it's only showing his tweets, it's probably okay. But anyway. Am I weird in thinking that it's okay for a game like this to be level-based? I think it's preferable to the open worlds being shoehorned in for the sake of it. Yeah, I would say there's nothing inherently wrong with level-based games and stuff. Like, these guys know what they're doing. These guys have shown they know how to make a good game before, so I have more trust in them than other studios that might be taking over this type of game. As long as the characters aren't Redfall or Saints Row level cringe. The Redfall thing, it seems like they've been very, very cautious. They haven't really shown a lot to discuss that kind of thing. or give people the opportunity to be upset at the dialogue. It seems like whenever they show gameplay sections, for the most part, they turn off the dialogue. Have you noticed that? And it might honestly just be that they're like, it's not worth giving people ammunition to come at us with. It's honestly pretty smart. If having 700 million zombies with like fully dynamic damage and whatnot isn't reason enough to break the map into smaller segments, then I don't know what is. Well, exactly, Edward. And I mean, all of game development is making sacrifices for the sake of other things. So you give up this in order to have this. And that's what Todd was saying with like giving up 60 FPS on consoles for their games in order to have higher level and higher complexity simulations and stuff. And so it's not always as simple as just, oh, well, they just don't want you to have 60 FPS because they're lazy. Sometimes it's an actual sacrifice because they couldn't get the AI simulation working properly without it, you know. Todd said what? It's in the Starfield video for today. But Todd went on Lex Friedman's podcast and he described how in what he said, I think is word for word, historically, we have been perfectly okay with having our games run at 30 frames. Like, historically speaking, I wonder if I can find the exact timestamp because I actually did have it pulled up relatively recently. Lex Friedman. I don't know how to spell it. Todd Howard. It was in here and it was specifically at like 2950 something.
The experience, the feel of the game in terms of realism and story.
Usually we will start with let the player have as much agency and do as many things as they can as possible. And we will sacrifice some graphic fidelity for that, some speed for that. You know, we could make a game that, you know, traditionally our games are, you know, we okay with 30 frames a second as long as it looks really good and the simulation's running and all of those things. So
traditionally, we've been okay with 30 FPS as long as the simulation's running and it looks really good, blah, blah, blah. So people are taking that and then the Redfall situation and going, oh, well, it must be that Starfield's going to run at 30. I think Carrick said something about it too. Todd Howard made it very clear during the Lex podcast that he's fine with 30 FPS, and that was during the Starfield talk. There is zero indication that Starfield will be 60 FPS, nor any precedent for that from them. Would be great to see a performance mode, but that's also not a 60 FPS mode either. And I do want to kind of go with that, because while Todd is trying to speak very candidly here, it's in the context of Starfield. So they're talking about Starfield and game design, blah, blah, blah. And he's saying, yeah, 30 FPS, we've traditionally been fine with that. We'll sacrifice other things to get 30. And like I've said, I would say for most people, if you ask them what their favorite game of all time is or what the best game of all time is, they're probably going to tell you a game that launched at 30. Most of the time. Whether that's Breath of the Wild, super common choice, or The Witcher 3, very common choice, or Skyrim, very common choice. All launched at 30 on consoles. So a game doesn't have to launch at 60 to be really, really good. Starfield could be amazing and still run at 30. That's very, very possible. But again, when we talk about expectations, like with the whole Gollum thing, where people expect a game to run at a certain quality standard and then it doesn't really matter what like the rest of the game is like. If people expected 60 FPS and then it runs not at 60, they're going to be disappointed. They just will be. Yeah, or Bloodborne, yeah, running at 30. Yeah. So while I understand he's comfortable with 30, that might just be a remnant of a design philosophy that maybe is slightly outdated, because modern gamers currently are expecting 60. And I think that that's just become quite clear with the overwhelmingly negative reaction to Redfall coming out at 30, you know. How do you have that picture-in-picture setup when you clicked into another tab? I use Opera GX as my browser, and it's a built-in perk of Opera GX. If you want to get it, I've actually been like very amazed with how well this thing works. Where can I find it? Hold on, let me pull this up. Of course it signed me out. Please hold. I have a dedicated link, a dedicated WAM link for Opera. I think this is it. Yeah. There you go. But I mean, the browser is freaking baller. But it makes it so they have built-in links or built-in mods and assets for this kind of thing. So you can have the pop out when you swap tabs. So if you swap back, it's right back in. This is another extension to make it full screen within the window, which is really nice. But if I pop to a different tab, it can just follow me wherever I'm going, which is nice. And network limiter, RAM limiters, if you don't want stuff to like cause performance hits during gaming, super easy. It's actually kind of crazy. It's actually kind of crazy. I'm a fan. Opera's not your main, is it? Just one use on streams to know embarrassing feet sites pop up. Lol. Actually, it started as just my stream browser. And I've actually been enjoying it so much that I use it for pretty much anything work related. I have different instances that I run in portable mode in Windows so that they don't share settings and logins and stuff. I still use Google Chrome for my personal stuff because it has all of my passwords saved. And you can transfer those really easy to Opera, but I figure it's probably a good idea to have a separate browser for personal stuff and then a separate browser for like work. You know, that's at least my thought. But yeah, I use Opera every day. It's very good. Very good. I still remember Opera being a major competitor of Chrome initially, but Google won at the end. I think Opera old browser compared to Chrome Firefox, if I'm not wrong. Honestly, TJ, I'll be real. I have found that Opera runs way better. The one thing is the extension compatibility is not as good. So like I haven't been able to find an extension for highlighting web pages and documents and stuff. That's one thing that's annoyed me. But if they added something like that, I would be happy. Then that would be like the last thing. It's way less heavy on my computer. It takes way less RAM. It's more efficient as far as I can tell. It just seems to work really well. I've used FF for so long I forgot that there's choices. Yeah, I used Firefox way back in the day, but I don't know. I've used Chrome forever, and then Chrome just got really heavy recently on all of my computers. So I tried Opera, and then I was like, this is amazing. So I got a partnership with Opera and haven't looked back. Chris, space is actually only 30 FPS anyways. Well, it's just, there's so many little things about their design choices that have pros and cons to them. Their choice to go 30 FPS for most of their games, I think is fair. I think it makes sense. Their games, like Skyrim, doesn't need to be 60. It's great if it is, but it doesn't need to be 60. I would say the exception is with first-person shooters, my standard is 60. Just being real. You got a partnership with Oprah? Oh, I wish. With the Queen? No, I didn't. Yeah, in my opinion, first-person shooters, I think should be 60. Personal preference, I get it. Yes, that's true. But my standard is 60. If an FPS comes out and it's running at 30, I'm not going to be playing it until I can play it at 60. It makes me like weirdly like nauseous, it doesn't work. But a game like I don't know, basically a third person adventure game, I'm fine. Like Uncharted, if Uncharted wants to run at 30, Uncharted 5 or whatever, I'll deal with it. It's not my preference. I'd rather it run at 60, but I'm not gonna like throw a fit, especially if it looks good. But standards have just risen, as they should. A lot of people realize that like games this console generation on the PS5 and Series X and stuff, those games weren't looking that much better than those console exclusives on like PlayStation 4 Pro at the end of the generation. Ghost of Tsushima still looks amazing. The only difference with playing it on PS5 is higher frame rate and higher resolution. So at that point, it's like, okay, well now the standard, instead of we need this huge graphical leap, like from the PS3 to the PS4, where there was a very visible improvement, this time around, what people expect in terms of that generational leap is higher resolution and then 60 FPS. That's just what has been established. And I think for Xbox to allow their studios to drop back to 30, again, perception's more important than reality. I think for a lot of people, it's going to come off as Microsoft is out of date and out of touch. Oh, yes, Rocky. Rocky, we did talk about that. Thank you, Rocky, though. We did talk about that. It's crazy. We pulled it up. I think it had been up for like 11 minutes. That's crazy. Yeah, Ghost of Tsushima on PS5 runs incredibly well. It's how I fell in love with the game. I wasn't able to get into that game until I played it at 60 on PS5. Anywho, later. Thank you, Rocky. Oh, man. If it's a cinematic game, then I'm okay with cinematic level FPS. Yeah, but specifically it has to be cinematic in its approach and style, and then it also has to look that way. If it looks like this Gollum movie game, whatever, and then it runs at 30, I'm going to have a problem. But if it runs at 30 and it looks like Immortals of Avium or like The Last of Us Part 2 or any of these other really pretty games, then I'm down. I'll work with it. Are you a fan of Hamilton musical thingy? I'm obsessed with Aaron Burr, sir, and Guns and Ships from that musical these days. It's on YouTube. I do. Yeah, no, I do like Hamilton the musical. I do thoroughly. It's a good one. It is a good one. Did The Last of Us 2 get a PS5 update? It did. It runs at 60 now. Which is great. I mean, it's not as badass as if they went back in and like did some touch-ups, but it runs at 60 on the PS5, which is awesome. Preferred genre of music? I go all over the place, Jurn. I'll be real. I don't really have a single one that I stick to. I'm all over the place. I listen to everything from opera to show tunes to rap to hip hop to pop music. Like I'm all over the place. Recently, my kick has been Kid Leroy. Don't really know why, but that's been my recent kick. So, Senzu, thank you.
Senzu super chatted $6.17. Love the content, Luke. Have you seen the Digital Foundry podcast where they talk about the whole Redfall 30 FPS situation?
I have actually, and I actually had it pulled up because I wasn't sure if it was going to come up or not. But that's a very good, good thing to mention because they did have some interesting things to say. If we go like this.
Expecting to see a 60 frames per second performance mode update at some point. There's been no idea of how long we're going to be waiting for that. It's fair to say that the reaction online from both Xbox diehards and casual gamers has been less than stellar, less than positive. Going to go to you first of all for your thoughts on.
The question with all of this though is whether or not it's actually going to matter. Because somebody mentioned on stream, maybe I think it was Friday, somebody said, oh, well, Luke, there was like a survey apparently that somebody did, allegedly, that showed that while people might say online, like in surveys and polls and stuff, that they really are not okay with 30 FPS, in terms of actual purchasing behavior, almost all of those people still buy the games. So, or play the games in the case of Game Pass titles. So it could very well be the case that this is one of those issues that it's like the HBO guys said about the whole like Hogwarts, or they're relaunching Harry Potter on HBO as a TV show. And somebody said, are you concerned about the J.K. Rowling scandals? And the CEO or president or somebody of HBO said, no, we're very convinced at this point that it's a very online discussion, which was basically their way of saying the whole like J.K. Rowling needs to be canceled and you can't touch anything she touches. That whole thing was an online scandal. It's not real life. And that could be the same sort of attitude that a lot of people have towards the 30 FPS thing, where they make a big hullabaloo about it on surveys and in comment sections and stuff, but when the crap hits the fan, they end up playing the game anyways. That could be the case. Could be the case that it doesn't actually matter to a lot of people. It could also be the case that people honestly are like, they're looking at the installs. It's the day of launch for Redfall and they're on their Series X and they say to themselves, I could play Redfall, but I'm not going to because it runs at 30. Maybe that happens. I'm more of the mind that I would expect it to be a little bit overblown, a little bit exaggerated. I think a lot of people that are freaking out about this are still going to play it. A lot of the very vocal voices also, you need to remember, you have no way of distinguishing between like diehard Sony ponies who are making a big deal of this because it makes their console look better. Because frankly, it does. Their games launching with 60 FPS modes and Xbox not makes PlayStation look better. So for diehard fanboys and girls, that helps their argument. So of course they're going to double down on it and talk about it. But I'm not convinced at this point that this is like that huge of a scandal. I think it's a problem. I think they should launch with a 60 FPS performance mode. But I don't think it's going to like seriously harm the performance of the game in terms of like actual player numbers. I think the game will stand or fall on its own. Either the game will be really good despite being at 30 FPS on console, or it'll be really bad and also only run at 30 FPS on console. I don't think it's going to be this like, the game's good, but the 30 FPS makes it unplayable. Like, come on, dude.
This one, Oliver, it's not a good look for a major first-party exclusive in a world where we've not really had so many of them.
No, it feels a bit ominous to me, especially seeing as all the preview material that we saw for this game was at 60 FPS, stretching all the way back to the game's gameplay reveal and the Microsoft Summer 2022 showcase, and of course earlier this year that Microsoft Direct showcase.
And that's a really good point that I hadn't thought about. All of the gameplay that they've shown off for Redfall is at 60 FPS, probably running on PC, almost certainly running on PC. But then they're going to be coming out and launching it at 30. I know some people are like, well, but you know, of course you're going to show it on PC because it's a PC game and it's on PC, so you want to make it look the best, and I totally understand that. However, it's also like an Xbox exclusive. So you'd think they would at least try to give you an idea of what it runs like on Xbox. Right? But I don't know, maybe not.
And all the footage so far that I've seen has showcased like screen space artifacts, which makes me think, yeah, that is a realistic target for console platforms. And Microsoft has also done a really good job, I think, with their first-party efforts of showing off footage that's probably in the ballpark for console footage, even though it's being demoed on PC, like with Forza Motorsport last year. I know Alex spotted some reconstruction artifacts in that, and with Starfield, they've been showing it off pretty much at 30. They've been showing a little bit of 60, but mostly at 30. So it's a little bit of a weird situation, and I can't help but be a little bit concerned, just because my feeling, I don't know if this is your feeling as well, but my feeling is the game probably was targeting 60 FPS on consoles, at least as an option, until probably relatively recently. So makes me a little bit concerned about the game, but hopefully it's all good.
Yeah, I mean...
And they're about to get into details of the dev process, because there's some reason to believe that that this is maybe an artifact of like Unreal Engine and how they convert all of this over.
In the footage that we've seen, as you said, has all been 60 frames per second, pretty much locked. Previews have all been carried out on PC. Indeed, on the Xbox Store page for the game, up until recently, it was being advertised / marketed as a 60 frames per second game.
And I think that matters because, again, they have to add these settings. Maybe it's just that the marketing guys were like so certain. Oh, yeah, no, it's totally going to run at 60. Why wouldn't it? And maybe they just honestly didn't think about it that much. But this is a problem. Like they were pitching the game as 60. They showed it at 60, and now they're coming back and being like, actually, it's only going to run at 30. That makes me think that they ran into some development issues.
Fundamentally, in the year of our Lord 2023, the concept of a current generation shooter launching without 60 frames per second. Concept of a current
Is that an eye roll? Is that an eye roll? Watch this.
Shooter launching without 60 frames per second support makes it very much an outlier, and the question is, why this is happening, and we can only really speculate at this point. Yeah. So Alex, I'm curious about your thoughts on this. I mean, every time we've spoken to a developer about how they create a console game that's targeting 60 frames per second, it's all about very stringent budgets, targeting 60 frames per second from the get-go. And yet here we are a couple of months from launch, and
rivalry in the office. I think what it is that he I think that was like an eye tick. Nikki sometimes is like, why did you just roll your eyes? Like, I didn't think I did. But I think what it is like when my eyes get tired, I kind of do what he just did, like kind of stress my eyes and kind of they strain in a certain way, and it makes it look like I'm rolling my eyes when I'm just like, oh, like my eyes are sore, that kind of thing. So I think that's what that was. I don't think he was like, oh my God, here my boss goes again. Yeah, I don't think it was like that. Did anyone notice the difference between 60 and 120? I'm just curious. Oh, you mean like in games? Can you notice? Like, does anybody notice? Oh, hell yeah. No, I swap out monitors because 144 FPS feels choppy to me after getting used to 240. So yeah, you can totally tell the difference. As to like whether it actually matters in gameplay, probably not for most people, but still, you can totally tell the difference. Any media? No, like films and TVs don't go above 60, like ever. Occasionally TVs will market themselves as having like 120 FPS support. Usually it's motion processing crap though. Hello? Hello? Open. Hello? Hi, dude. Did you get a haircut? Dude? Hi. I thought in your pictures you looked very well combed. I was like, oh, maybe that's just how it's combed.
He screamed bloody murder the whole time. I'm covering his hair because I had to hold him.
Oh.
And it was very sad.
Do you want to say hi to everybody?
Bye. But once it was over, he was very happy and he got a balloon.
Bye.
He got a haircut. Balloon. You got a balloon and a haircut? Wow.
Just wanted it to look nice. Yeah. We don't have to go back for a couple months, huh? We're done.
Done.
She didn't get to finish. She wanted to do down here too. But it was like, I think we need to be done.
Yeah.
She got around his ears. He's apparently got a very sensitive head.
Yeah. One of my brothers, Ben, he has a very sensitive scalp. He always would scream getting haircuts. I think he's better now.
Like last time, he doesn't have any red marks. The last time we did it, he had a lot of red marks.
Yeah, last time was his first ever haircut. This is his second ever haircut.
Mm-hmm. That's why you spend $30 to get it done when it's really a $10 job, because the amount of screaming and thrashing she had to go through in order to do it, I felt real bad.
Yeah. My brother and I shaved each other's heads.
And then we went to the park. And we had a cake
I would hope he's better now. Scalp or not, it would be unacceptable for a grown-ass man to be screaming at a haircut. That is actually, just imagining like a fully grown man in a barber's shop just, ah! They're just, that would be pretty funny.
She's looking at me and she's like, did he do this when you guys did it at home? And I was like, yeah. It's either sensory or sensitivity. And she's like, sensitivity.
Yeah. It was I think what it was is the plastic, like the plastic guards.
She hates it.
They're kind of sharp and they dig into your scalp if you've got a sensitive scalp. I think it feels great. It's like a massage to me. I love getting haircuts.
You have a few siblings where like combing their hair or like braiding their hair, their heads are just super
One of my
sensitive.
sisters will like, if she gets a tight braid, like she'll burst into tears.
It's just too tight. Yeah. Or like if you press too hard with a brush, where some people are like, oh, it feels so good. They're like, no.
Yeah, like those head scratcher things.
Some people can't use them.
That would make her like
tear up.
Like it'd be very, very painful.
So I think he might be in that ballpark. But thankfully, if you get it done short enough, you don't have to go back for a while. And I don't know. I'm so scared right now. I'm so on the defensive mode that I'm worried we're going to go to this wedding. And if I had done it myself, they would have been like, Nikki cut Lachlan's hair. It ruined the wedding.
We have friends.
I'm just, I just don't want it.
we know somebody who cut their kid's hair by hand themselves. And let's just say it was very noticeable that was an at-home haircut. Because let's be real, haircuts are like not the most difficult thing on earth, but you have to know how to do it. Like, and you have to have the right tools. There's training involved. It's not rocket science, but it's also not like a walk in the park. You can't just, I'll figure it out. And when people think they'll just figure it out, you can tell, you know. Get a Floby? What is a Floby?
Floby.
A Floby? That sounds
this
scary.
Something inappropriate.
Is this the hair cutter that vacuums while you do it?
Genius.
Yeah, the vintage 90s. Who was it? There was like a celebrity I saw that was using this. It was like... Who was it? Somebody's going to know what I'm referring to. Crap. I can picture him too.
You found Cyberpunk again? I think Daddy just reorganized those.
George Clooney. I think it's George Clooney. He said that he uses one of these.
Oh my gosh.
He bought it in the 90s and he still uses it.
Checks out.
It's like a little attachment. It's a little vacuum. And while you cut your hair, look at the kid. Thumbs up.
Wow.
He said it on Kimmel, I think. Yeah. Somebody asked him, like, what, like, where do you get your hair done? And they're expecting him to be like, oh, I have a stylist I go to. It's a $2,000 haircut. No. He's like, I use a Floby.
I feel awful. The only reason I only go like once a year right now. My haircut is like $300. But I have a lot of hair. We only go once a year. But your haircut's tomorrow.
Yep.
So both the boys are
Are
gonna
you
be looking
good?
fresh.
Oh, you got your balloon?
You show Daddy your balloon? It's on a stick.
Because you told a reporter that
Yeah,
you
this is it.
Floby your hair. You
Yes.
give yourself haircuts.
I do. And I've been doing it for years.
For how many years have you been doing this?
Well, I have had it for 22 years. Or
Did you
something.
order it off of television?
No, I got it off of, I think my assistant got it originally off of television. Then it broke down. We had to...
He had his assistant order a Floby. What? Oh, he's got his red flag. He's the mascot of the channel. Red flag, red flag.
You say red flag.
Oh, flag. Oh, flag.
Bring him up and make him some lunch.
Cab.
Uh-oh. We need to put those back. Maybe we shouldn't be stepping on them.
Does he like to hit things? Not really. He's pretty chill. Yeah. Mafia 2. Oh, I think he'll get there, Morden. I think he'll get there. Careful.
Lucky. You leave the spiders on the castle? Sweetheart, should we go upstairs and get some lunch? That wasn't even on purpose. Whoopsies.
You want your balloon?
Whoopsies.
Everything's falling apart. It's fine.
Oh no, he's learning about crime. He's learning the crime.
Use your balloon. That's a cool balloon, huh?
You say it's blue. It hit the camera that mommy watches me with in the car with it the whole ride home.
Oh, good. Little boy. Another little boy.
All the boys.
Oh, yeah.
Yay. Love being so outnumbered.
You gonna go have some lunch?
This house is a constant sausage party.
Oh, so cold.
Lame.
My nephew was a disaster at the airport. He was screaming his lungs out. I fear the other travelers thought we were abusing him. Yeah, it's... Some kids respond better to travel than others. This time around, we're going to try bringing an actual car seat. Because you can bring a car seat, buckle it into the airplane seat.
It has to be TSA.
Oh, you okay?
Whoa. Big strong kid.
Good job,
My
dude.
goodness.
But you buckle it into the airline seat, and then he's strapped in and he can't get out. And then it's just like a really long car ride.
He's technically the age that we could still have him on our laps. But that sounds horrible.
Yeah,
I don't
he's
have
able
much
to
of a lap
writhe and
anymore.
wriggle. Hey, dude, let's not step on those. You want to say bye to everybody? Bye-bye, everybody. Do you want to say anything to everybody?
Bye.
You telling you went to the park today?
Bye.
Yeah?
Bye.
Oh, really?
Bye.
Oh, yeah?
Bye. Bobby.
Yeah. Need he say more?
Bye.
Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody.
Bye. Go.
He's the best dude.
Oh, bye.
Oh, you're done? Okay. Careful.
Can you help mommy do the laundry? We're gonna go do some laundry, okay? And then we're probably gonna take a big tubby again tonight because we both have little hairs all over us.
Honestly, maybe before nap, too. Otherwise, he'll get in his bed.
I'll take a wet rag to him, and then I'll change out his shirt and his shorts.
Hey, dude, I love you. I love you.
Where's your balloon? Here you go.
Bye, everybody.
You say bye-bye.
Bye. I'll see you later, okay?
I'll see you later, Dad.
Yeah.
Go eat some lunch.
I'll see you later. Fist bump. Boom.
Come on, let's do the laundry. Love you, Dada.
Okay. Yeah, Locke thinks Tears is mid at best. Yeah. Locke thinks Zelda's overrated. Confirmed. Okay. The Flowbee, that's a throwback, man. Okay. That little dude is beyond cute. He knows it too. That's the danger. Yeah, I didn't expect him to be the person you were debating with. Gotta throw a curveball. Okay. Anyway, I don't really remember where we were. I think we were looking at this. But
well, you know, to suddenly see this whole experience pared back just to a 30 FPS quality mode, it's kind of baffling.
Oh yeah, basically, yeah, everybody was like, oh, they're only running at a 30 FPS. Probably something happened during development that made them pull it back, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Specifically in regards to Unreal Engine 4, which
here
people about this before, specifically in regards to Unreal Engine 4, which this title is using. And they've said in the past that a lot of things in the middle of the production process that are inefficiently running through Blueprint, for example, will then later on...
Overview Visual Blueprint. Oh yeah, I think I've seen some tutorials using this. It's basically like... it's like a very approachable scripting tool that you can use for like implementing different code into your game and stuff, but it's not always the most efficient. So when you get closer to launch, you have to redo stuff that's in here, and that causes all sorts of issues sometimes, but you don't realize it's going to be an issue because it happens so close to launch. When you start to realize, okay, well, maybe we need to rework some of this.
On the process be brought into more performant code. This is something that was that I heard behind the scenes is that partially happened on Gotham Knight. Is that like they brought back some performance by moving things from Blueprint into more performant code, and this usually happens towards the end of a product, like before shipping, and it's one of the last hurdles to get that CPU performance up. In this case, the fact that we were seeing 60 FPS footage beforehand, which was obviously running on PC, combined with the fact that they're saying they're going to bring out a 60 FPS mode later, gives me the feeling that this was maybe part of the production process and they actually did have a plan and it was going to be targeting and running at 60 FPS at some launch date, but then the launch date is actually not attainable to do that in the time frame, and they're pushing it out essentially early. It's not necessarily ready, and that's what it comes off to me like.
And this is, I think, the main thrust of this whole thing. People have the feeling like Redfall's being pushed out early because in 2023 the expectation is that a game launches with 30 and 60 as options, or just 60, but at the very least 60 should be an option. And so to have a game that only launches at 30, it just feels as though, especially when you admit that you're bringing 60 later, it feels as though you are rushing it out and it wasn't ready. So it's I think a tactical blunder in terms of perception for Microsoft to allow this. I think they should probably just delay it for the sake of like optics, but I understand they want to just get the game out. And if that is true, that they do have surveys and stuff they've done where they've tested it and it's clear that most of the gamers they're looking at are going to play it regardless, then maybe this whole thing is a nothing burger. That's possible. We're talking about it because we are in gaming day in, day out, but for a lot of people who are a little bit more casual with it, are a little more relaxed, they're just going to see Redfall pop up on Game Pass day one and be like, ooh, the new game from Arcane, the guys that did Deathloop and Prey and Dishonored, they just released a game and it's on Game Pass. I don't have to pay for it. I'm just going to download it. Boom. You know, and sometimes that's all that really matters at the end of the day is player engagement. And so it might just be that Microsoft is like, yeah, we're going to release it only at 30 on launch. We understand some people are going to be really upset about that, but according to our numbers, the vast majority of people don't care. And so we'll see. I mean, I guess the numbers will bear it out, but if Microsoft really thought it was going to affect the reception and the player numbers and the success of the game, they would delay it. And so if they don't delay it, then they're not worried about it for whatever reason. Maybe their numbers are bad. Maybe like the whole survey that they did that makes them think it won't be an issue is incorrect or based on faulty premises or something. But clearly they're not that worried about it. So they either know something we don't, or they think they know something we don't. So we'll see. Casuals are the determiner because there's so much of that audience. I think so. And honestly, like, I know this might trigger us. It triggers me. I know for a fact that many casual gamers can't even put to words the difference between 30 and 60 FPS. When I went to see Avatar, of course I was there with Nikki. And then I talked with other family members after the movie because we went over and had dinner after we saw it. And all of the family members, none of them are techie. They're all like blue collar workers. They're not like playing video games when they get home from work. And Nikki, they could not tell that frame rates were changing. I was like, oh man, I was about to like have a stroke at all the constant frame rate changes where they came in and they like did the 60 FPS and then they swap randomly to 24 or 30, whatever it was. Either they swap between 24 and 48 or between 30 and 60. I don't know what they did in the movie, but they swap and double the frame rate randomly through the film. And it's super distracting for me. I hated that they did it. I would rather just have 30 or just have 60. I couldn't stand it. It almost like pissed me off. But all of those are the people I talked to. The family members who had already seen the film, they're like, oh, I didn't realize they did that. Really? I thought some parts of the movie looked really smooth, but I didn't realize that they were like doubling that. That's crazy. What is frame rate? Yeah, and it's just a lot of people, they don't notice. So for us, we can be like, oh, no, 60 is what we expect. And that's true for us that are a little more into this. But for, I think, the vast majority of casual gamers who make up the vast majority of gamers, they don't really care. You give them 60, they'll go, oh, cool, and then keep playing. They don't really care. And that's weird for us to hear, but I think that that's very possibly the case. Normies don't I like referring to them as normies. That's funny. Normies don't know what frame rate is half the time. Yeah, no. And just the fact that maybe proves that is, like I mentioned earlier, a lot of TV manufacturers have their stuff pitched with these like marketing terms tied to frame rates. Like if I go to like Samsung TVs, loading. Like if I go here, I haven't tested this, so I don't know for a fact if this is the case, but like let's just click on one of their TVs and see what they describe it as. I would guess that they tell you something about the movement and are like ultra speed smooth pro max 3 or something. And that's probably just their fancy way of saying that it does like black frame insertion or some other technique to make it look a little smoother. This isn't the full breakdown resolution. It is cool that we have 8K TVs. Totally useless. Nobody should be buying this, but still it's cool. Like, I think the screen size you would need to be able to notice 8K over 4K is something insane. Like, sitting at 10 feet, it would have to be a 50-foot screen. Like, it would have to be ridiculously big for you to notice. But people like being able to say that they have more pixels than you. So, that does it. Am I looking right at it? Base amount, screw depth, auto power off resolution. Tizen, universal remote, Alexa, Bixby, app calling, chat together, telemedicine. I was going to buy my TV, but it didn't have telemedicine, so I couldn't buy it. I had to go with another. Okay, they have FreeSync. Maybe I picked the wrong one. I picked their most expensive one, so it probably actually does have really good refresh rate stuff. HDMI high frame rate. Okay, 144 hertz. Can it display 144 hertz though? I understand It's like, but this is what I mean. Like, Game Motion Plus goes up to 144 hertz, but 4K visuals at 120. Turbo Motion Accelerator Turbo Pro Plus. If this is not like screaming marketing gimmick, I don't know what will. Motion Accelerator Turbo Pro, which is apparently different from Turbo Plus. And then Game Motion Plus goes up to 144. So like most of this frame rate stuff is just partially made up. Like a lot of it people don't even know. This 85-inch TV though, I do like the stand. The stand looks cool. Oh, this is the 75-inch variant. Chump change. We want the 85. That's monster, dude. That is a monstrous TV right there. 85 inches. Just think about it. Most people right now have like a 35, 40, 50-inch TV. This is 85. 85 diagonal. That's ridiculous. And it's nano LED backlit. This makes one hell of a difference. Like this, the one reason I've said like you should go and buy Samsung TVs is because they're bright. If you have a space with like windows in it, if you have any ambient light in your house, man, it makes a difference. It really does. 65 is the average for the US. Is that the average of what people have, or is that the average of like recent sales? Like that's the one that's been selling the most. Because I would believe 65 is selling the most, but I would imagine that there's a ton of people that are still sitting on like a 40-inch TV from 10 years ago. TV's purchased? Okay. Yeah, because when I was working at Best Buy, and then when I went and I was working with Magnolia Home Theater, it was just shifting from 55 being the most common size to 65. And 75-inch TVs looked outrageous. We had one 85-inch TV. It was ridiculous, and it looked like garbage. It was edge lit, so like contrast levels were terrible. It was like a whole thing. But yeah, size is not everything, folks. Size is not everything. TV manufacturers default to vibrant mode and frame insertion for showroom displays because it catches the normie's eyes. In reality, it's awful color accuracy on vibrant. Yeah, it causes color banding. It causes not also like the life of the TV drops significantly when you run on retail mode, because you think about it, they know this TV is only going to be mounted on the wall for a year max, and then it's taken down and replaced with a new one and then sold open box. So they just crank that thing, overdrive the brightness, and like it kills it, man. It kills it. OLED is God tier. Yeah, my monitor in front of me. This thing, you see this big block that cuts off right there where you see my hand? That's a curved monitor that goes all the way in front of me. 45 inches. And boy, is it good. OLED monitors, man. I thought OLED TVs were baller. I have an OLED 65-inch upstairs, and that thing is sexy. Having a 240 hertz OLED gaming monitor is outrageous. Wish I could afford it, OLED, man. Xiphon, it's getting cheaper and cheaper every year. Like 3-4 years ago when they first announced OLED monitors, I think it was like $5,000 to $6,000. Now you can get a huge curved one for like $1,700-$1,800. I would imagine in another couple years, it's probably way lower than even that. But the Ratchet and Clank game said that size matters. OLED or QLED? QLED is just a Samsung marketing term. That's important to note because nobody uses the term QLED except Samsung because they made it up. QLED just means really bright LED. But they called it QLED because they wanted to try and make it sound like OLED to sell it, but they're totally different. QLED is just a really bright LED TV. So like you have the liquid crystal display thing, and the image and then the light filters, and then you have LED panels on the back. Some LED panels have lights on the sides. They call them edge-lit TVs, which is why you'll have like really like the blacks on your screen will look gray whenever it goes to like a nighttime scene. The dark spots will look gray, or like right now, this section right here might look gray to you. Right here, this might look gray, or that might look gray to you. That probably means you have an edge-lit TV. If you have an LED backlit TV, then these spots will appear bright, and then this will be way darker because they can light this section of the screen and not light this section. OLED, though, each individual pixel is its own backlight. So if you have a section of the screen like this that's black, or it's coded and encoded as black, this section of the screen just doesn't turn on. It's just turned off. So if you turn off all the lights in the room, this part of the TV will look like it's turned off while this is still lit. So OLED versus QLED are just about as different as they possibly could be. But Samsung, very good at marketing, understood that they needed to pitch it as something sort of similar. Because guess what a capital Q kind of looks like? An O. Very intentional. They wanted people to walk in, see the two signs, OLED, and then OLED, but with a little line in it. And then they called it good. Very different. When is QD OLED Turbo Plus Max Plus gonna drop? Yeah, the Plus Max Plus is the real one. So it's just Q with LED. Got it. Yeah, it's a whole thing. AMOLED is different from OLED, by the way. Yeah, all of these little, you always have to wonder if a company is calling something other than the general like agreed upon term, there's a reason for it. If a company says our screen, it's like Apple did this, where they said, oh, we have retina displays. That doesn't mean anything. Like when I worked at Best Buy, I remember there was somebody that came in and I was helping them buy like a TV or home speakers. I don't remember, but I was helping them do something. And it was like a big transaction because they were going to do that. And then they also wanted to buy a new phone. And I was like, oh, I get credit for both. My boss will leave me alone for the rest of the day if I finish this. Awesome. And so I went over and like helped them get the phone thing set up with the guy in mobile. So we split the commission. It wasn't commission, but like we got sales credit. So then our bosses would leave us alone for the rest of the day because we met our goals, right? And the guy was asking about, like, he was looking at an iPhone. Maybe it was like an iPhone 8 Plus or something at the time. It still had the physical button. And then whatever the Note was at the time, like the Note 9 or the Note 7 before they blew up. And he asked the mobile guy if the Note had a Retina display. He's like, I love the Retina displays, man. I need a Retina display. So if none of these Androids have a Retina display, I don't want them. And like the mobile guy tried to explain it as clearly as he could. He's like, no, Retina display is just Apple's marketing term for nice display. That's all it means. Like the screens on the S22 Ultra are just as good, if not better, than the screen on the iPhone. It's just they don't call it Retina display. Like, but the guy could not understand it. He was like, all I know is that I love the Retina display, and if I don't have a Retina display, I don't want the phone. Like, okay, then I guess you're getting an iPhone. Because you can lead a horse to water, can't make him drink. This guy doesn't want to understand the terms, so. Man. If I made a TV, I'd call it the really bright TV 1.8 4K OLED 2099. Sell gangbusters. I still insist. This was true as of like last year when I looked at it. It's probably still true. TCL. If you're shopping for a TV and you're spending under $1,000, go with TCL. They're amazing. Tremendous TVs from a Chinese manufacturer, same factories that they make a lot of like the LG and Samsung TVs. They're great. They're awesome, affordable. They're wonderful. If you go over $1,000, probably from like one, Hisense has been making a comeback. I'll tell you what. Surprisingly in the high end stuff. My Hisense projector upstairs, 110 inch laser ultra short throw projector. So I have like a 110-inch screen at 4K up to 120 FPS for console gaming and watching TV and stuff upstairs. It's outrageous. And that's a Hisense projector. It's great. If you want to see it, do ! Links, and then in the link tree that pops up, you can check out I have a link to my 110-inch gaming screen. It's outrageous. Shout out to Hisense for that too. But I think if you're spending looking for a 55 to 65-inch TV, TCL is tremendous. Under 1,000, from like 1,000 to maybe I'd say probably 1,500 to maybe 2,000. Samsung's a really good bet. But pretty much the moment you can get that size TV you're interested in, but in OLED from LG, do that. If you can afford the 55-inch OLED, do that. Stop looking at Samsung. Go with the OLED. You'll be happy. And after that, probably once you're in the 3,000 plus range, Sony TVs are pretty baller. Sony color accuracy specifically. I should say, if you're a cinephile, you're going to be buying a Sony TV. But you might also be buying Sony projectors and stuff. If you can afford like a $5,000 to $10,000 TV or projector, you're probably going to go Sony. Sony is like the really, really high end. Their budget stuff isn't great. And I'm saying this as somebody who I was a Sony certified TV rep, whatever. So I know Sony TV stuff very, very well. And their mid-tier stuff is kind of garbage. And even on the high end stuff, like Jeremy's saying, even on the high end, the software is like garbage. You'd need to get like an Apple TV or something. Just gonna be real. So TCL is still a thing, but do you guys remember Panasonic? Panasonic, when I started working at Best Buy back in 2018, Toshiba was still selling TVs and laptops in the stores. Now that's not a thing at all. They totally gave up on it. Quick question, Luke, where do you get those t-shirts and what brand are they? And price, though, they look comfortable for daily use and you're always using t-shirts like that. Leandro, I'm gonna be real. I've swapped out shirts so many times. I've tried so many brands. I don't have a relationship with these guys. I just honestly love their stuff. And so I wear it every day. And TMI, I wear through clothes, specifically pants, very quickly. Right in the grundle. My Scottish thighs just rub it together and tears shorts apart. Shorts, pants, jeans, whatever. Doesn't matter. I'll tear them apart. The first brand of pants I ever got that didn't happen with were this brand. The brand is called Viore. And I will be real, they're expensive, okay? And they're technically athleisure. But I only wear their stuff. I'm not joking. Other than my merch, which is also very, very high-end fabrics and stuff, which is why it's a little pricier. I only wear Viore stuff. So Viore shirts, like this shirt he's wearing there is probably this shirt. And the pants, like any of these Sunday joggers or anything, I'll tell you what, they'll blow your mind. Thank you, babe. Am I right? Is Viore amazing?
Nope.
She's like, oh my God, stop buying them. Thank you. Navio. Have a banana. She gave me a banana. But yeah, I mean, no joke. Head to toe. If my shorts aren't riding up. Viore pants, you can tell because they have a very unique drawstring. And then all Viore shorts are going to have this little flag badge thing. And you've never worn a more comfortable shirt or pair of pants. And they don't wear out. They don't pill. They don't fall apart. They're expensive. But what I've learned, and because I'm me, of course, I've actually gone and tested this. Just the shorts versus just the Meta joggers or any of those other pants I've bought. I've tested them, and even though they're more expensive up front, one pair of pants will last me 2 to 3 years, if not longer, because I haven't had one wear out yet. And if I were buying jeans, a pair of jeans or something from Target or Walmart or even American Eagle or one of those places, I'll buy like a very nice pair of jeans and wear through them in like 4 months. It's crazy. It's crazy. So I'm telling you what, Viore is expensive, but you buy it once and then you don't have to buy it again. And you can just keep them for ages and they're comfy to boot. So I've ended up spending less year over year on clothes after buying Viore stuff than I did before when I wasn't buying nicer clothes and I was just trying to replace the pants that I wore holes into. So I'm telling you, I think that might be the strategy. Roan is also very good. Roan, cool. I've had good luck with cool stuff. They have really good stuff too. Yeah, I've bought into it. You buy once, you wear it for 5 years, like day in, day out, and you're comfy while you wear it and you like it. It fits good. It'll change your life. Okay, probably won't change your life. But again, it's expensive. They're very expensive shirts, but it makes a difference. And I found that I have to replace them way less often. Way less often. I see you have a huge keyboard though. Yeah, I do. You saw that, right? Oh, goodness. Okay, I'm going to eat my salad. Let's watch this Call of Duty Warzone thing, and then we're going to get in. I'm going to send a follow-up text to this guy, see if he's going to show up or not. If he doesn't, we're just going to talk about Zelda being overrated and go into that right after this. But let's go to the one, the only, the Young, and see what's happening with this Call of Duty Activision pay-to-win thing. And I want to tie this into the XDefiant gameplay that dropped, because everybody loves hating on Ubisoft for very good reason. I think they generally run kind of a dumpster fire as just a company. However, this XDefiant game that they dropped out of nowhere that previously was announced and then mocked relentlessly actually seems to be or seems to have been received very well. A lot of Call of Duty like pros tried XDefiant and are actually very impressed with it, are saying, oh, it's back to like the OG things we loved about Call of Duty. It's actually quite surprising, but in a good way. So it's interesting that Activision is making a few dumb moves here. I haven't seen any of this. I don't know what this is that they've done for pay-to-win cosmetic skins. I would already, my conspiracy theory tied up into all of the Activision Blizzard stuff has been that I think they intentionally break their games consistently, which is why like every time there's a meta that breaks the game, you'll notice that it's available, like the gun that breaks it is available for sale in the shop. And so I think that they are intentionally breaking the game in order to sell you the solution. That's a conspiracy theory. I grant you, I don't have like proof of that. However, I do think that that's pretty likely. Okay. That I would put good money that they intentionally are breaking the game and then selling you the fix effectively. So none of this really surprises me. Back when they broke the gallantry, if you remember that, Mac 10, or the DMR with DMR Zone, they had all of those guns available in the shop, coincidentally, right when the game was broken. So I think they've done this before. It just hasn't been super blatant. They just have, oh no, the meta shifted and now we don't know what to do. Oh, we've got to spend 3 weeks fixing it. Or the rose skin. Yeah, I'm surprised they brought the rose skin back to sell to people. I don't think they have, but if they did, that's like straight up scummy, because that rose skin is broken as hell. Yeah, create a problem and sell the solution. It's the oldest trick. Exactly, Bad Dreams. Exactly. That's all of Warzone. That's why I got so turned off on it. I actually went back and I've been playing Fortnite of all games, the Fortnite no build mode. Like the last 3 nights or something, I hopped on with Caleb and then I hopped on with Nikki, and we've been playing and having a really good time. Really good time. Like shockingly good time. It's actually kind of impressive. Specifically when the 12-year-olds can't build, it's quite fun. Like getting 15 kills a game again. Feels good. I love me some no build mode. Dude, it makes me feel like I'm actually like, I don't know. It reminds me of the good old days of Warzone before it got so freaking sweaty. Like a really, really good. Yeah, Luke farming the 15-year-olds. We did get jumped by a kid that was like off his rocker. He had taken his Adderall or whatever, and he was flying. The dude was sweaty as hell, like insane. And he came in, wiped our squad of 3, and then proceeded, while we were matchmaking into the next mode and spectating him, he just proceeded to do every single Fortnite dance in the books on our corpses while we spectated him. It's kind of impressive, kind of amazing. Just saw your Starfield video. I'm waiting for a reaction saying this runs just fine, playing with PC just like you did with Last of Us 2. Yeah, Leandro, yeah. Everything's fine. We need somebody to Photoshop my face on top of that dog in the burning house. This is fine. We got to do that, but with like a 4090 in the background. We got to get ready. You better believe if Starfield runs like garbage, I'm going to relish talking about that. That's going to be amazing. Anyway, let's see what this whole thing is. Let's see what's going down with the guys over at Activision. What big dumb thing they're doing now.
How far microtransactions have come since the horror summer days, and how companies continue to try to push the boundaries so they can continue normalizing things that, you know, once upon a time were considered egregious and unacceptable. But now, you know, they've managed to somehow inchworm their way, boil the frog slowly, if you will, in such a manner that the frog doesn't even know it's getting boiled. Now, they did push too much in certain areas. Pay-to-win loot boxes are no longer a big thing, at least in the AAA gaming landscape, though in mobile gaming, pay-to-win loot boxes are still everywhere. But companies are still trying to find ways to, you know, push how far they can go with microtransactions, how much they can affect gameplay, what schemes they can come up with in order to incentivize people to spend additional money on things that will offer them emotional or gameplay value. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're at a point where companies are thinking to themselves, what if we took the cosmetics-only microtransactions that have become normalized, that people seem to be able to tolerate, and add pay-to-win elements to the skins themselves, to the cosmetics themselves, rather than selling the pay-to-win directly to the players. This seems to be the next scheme that companies are trying to push, or at the very least, Call of Duty.
And they've kind of done this before, like we mentioned before with the Rose skin. Like, that skin is like super broken, just gonna be real. Because when you're in dark, shadowy areas as the Rose skin, you can't be seen. Like, you blend in with the shadows, and so you're just invisible. It's like actually kind of broken. However, it was only available to certain people that got like certain packs at a certain time. And since then, they've released additional skins that are very dark and have the same sort of vibe, kind of like the one you see on screen here, where in shadows they also kind of disappear. And so, like, they know what they're doing. But previously, it's been very, very secretive and sneaky. And nobody really, like, you can't say, oh, you know what you're doing. You're selling pay to win. Because it's just like, oh, well, no, it's just a dark skin. I don't know what you want. They were just wearing black clothes. I don't know what you want. That kind of thing. They have plausible deniability. But in the case of what it seems like they're about to go into here, it's not going to be that cut and dry. It's going to be a little bit more drastic. Which is a bit of a bummer. Oh, Yong's going to Universal Studios Hollywood. Wow, Yong, I want to go. Let's go. Should we do a co-stream or like a vlog where Yong and I go to Universal together? That'd be awesome.
Call of Duty Warzone 2.0, for those who don't know, has this mode called DMZ. This is essentially their extraction shooter mode, which involves seeing various players in different squads going in, looting stuff, getting out, and then that loot will allow them to essentially have an advantage in the next round or power up for the next round. This is an interesting combination of both PvE and PvP. You'll be encountering both other real players as well as AI, and it's this really unpredictable mode where you have to play really tactically and defensively and be really careful, because if you die, everything that you have looted, all of the advantages that you have given yourself by finding things throughout the world or by winning certain rounds, I mean, all of that will be gone. You'll be dropping all those things. And so it's high risk, high reward. It's a genre that's becoming a lot more popular, and Call of Duty is kind of trying to be at the forefront of this. And
it only works if there is risk and reward. The moment risk goes away, There's no reason to play it anymore.
Among the things that Call of Duty likes to sell to players are cosmetic microtransactions, but for Warzone 2.0's DMZ mode, the cosmetics, the cool looking stuff are currently under fire, facing a lot of backlash and criticism because these premium skins that they're selling with upcoming patches and whatnot include unfair game-breaking bonuses that essentially appear to turn DMZ into a virtual pay-to-win game. The way Activision is doing this is by adding what are called DMZ bonus effects to premium cosmetics, essentially special effects, at which point the skins are no longer cosmetic only, but rather they have tangible gameplay effects that can grant players who spend that additional money significant advantages. So one of the gameplay elements of Call of Duty's DMZ mode are backpacks, which you can upgrade as you loot stuff in an extraction shooter round, and there are 3 sizes: small, medium, and large. And as you get better sized backpacks, you essentially can carry more gear, which is an important aspect of the gameplay of this game, as carrying more gear just allows you to be more versatile, have just more tools with.
No way. Are they actually selling a skin that allows you to have a bigger backpack at the start? That's another level of ballsy. Wow.
With you. Now, normally the way it works is that after you die, again, one of the mechanics of extraction shooters is if you die, you lose everything. And with backpacks, it is reduced to the starting size of small. And this element of things resetting after you die is a pillar of extraction shooters. It's what makes them so intense. It's what makes the whole high risk, high reward element shine. But with something like the Bomb Squad Premium Cosmetic Bundle, that important aspect of the gameplay loop of DMZ and extraction shooters is compromised, because what this particular skin does is give you this special bonus where when you die, instead of your backpack getting reset to small as it traditionally should be, instead you will start with a medium backpack. This skin bundle is offering players a free medium backpack at the start. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to do the math here. Spend money in the shop and you can always be reset after death to a better place than those who don't.
Obviously, this is insane. This is ridiculous. I've always been curious. Like, how do they get this? Like, okay, let's just say you're working on the team on this game, and you're one of the guys that is designing this cosmetic pack and puts it in the game. How does this work? So, like, is the CEO calling down and be like, listen, I want you to put in this skin and do it this way and have it pay you out this way? I don't think so. I think what's probably happening is that they have like a series of managers, like, you know, the mid-tier guys that probably bonus out based on the revenue that they make for that quarter. So the managers are coming along and they have a vested interest. Like, they have a monetary interest in maximizing the amount of money flowing in, because this is something somebody would do if they understand the value of that backpack. Because any tryhard, any streamer, anybody who's trying to win in the DMZ mode is going to get this skin, spending $12 effectively, and is going to use it until they nerf it. Because I would guarantee you, within a few weeks or a month or two, they will either have other skins that do the same thing, or they will have nerfed this one and taken that away. So whoever's deciding, okay, we're going to have this skin that has this ability to allow you to keep the larger backpack after death, they know the game. So they're clearly a gamer. That's not just like a manager way high up saying, do this and make more money. Somebody who knows the game is coming up with this. And at that point, it's like, okay, well, it's got to be somebody then who isn't concerned with making the best game possible, because everybody can tell that this makes a worse game where it's 2 classes: people who actually pay in the shop and those who play the game for free as it's being offered for free. So I have to imagine there's like mid-tier bosses that are being bonused out or something that get paid if this does better and if they get more revenue coming in. There's got to be a way to do it. Bucky, I'm not. I'm a major fanboy. I don't know what you're talking about. That's like really weird that you would say that. I don't know. What are you talking about? But moving on. Chrissy, good to see you. Just another thing. Activision is going insane and is selling people, I mean, basically a pay to have a serious advantage skin in the DMZ mode.
These skins essentially give you a nice early game boost while also making it so that when you die, you don't suffer the consequences as much. It is a complete spit in the face to a core pillar of the gameplay loop. The way things are supposed to play out is that everyone starts at an even playing field, and when you do earn good gear, it's because you played the game and you play the game well. It's your reward for, you know, knowing what you're doing. But with the Bomb Squad skin, the way Kotaku puts it aptly is that it grants you a permanent free leg up to its owner, letting them acquire more loot and thus always outpacing someone who hasn't purchased said skin. And based on what players have data mined, things could get a lot worse if we let this trend be normalized, as it already plans to introduce
Oh no. They've done the research. They checked it out. They've seen what other stuff they're working on.
Additional premium cosmetic skins with significant gameplay advantage effects. So
yeah, Kotaku's a joke, but that's a fair assessment. Hey, even a broken clock is right twice a day, you know?
For example, this right here is what data miners found, a premium skin called Thorns Out that will give you a free UAV upon deployment.
Like, listen, if all these skins were available to everybody, this wouldn't be an issue, because then everybody gets, you know, everybody is on the same equal playing field, right? Everybody has the option to choose this skin that gives you free UAV, or you can choose the skin that gives you a bigger backpack, or maybe there's another skin where you get, I don't know, an extra grenade slot. I don't know. If they had this for all of the different skins, it would be like equipping a different specialty. Like, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. The problem is that they're selling it. Okay, so just the idea that a skin brings you this thing isn't necessarily bad, because then it's just like a different ability. But the fact that they sell it to you is the problem. Because then it's, you either pay for this advantage or you're probably going to lose. And that's not cool.
Have this at the start of a round, and when you die, this is just something that will be with you. And this is a big deal. UAVs are a very useful tool that traditionally you have to go out into the field and loot. You have to earn your UAVs, but with this skin, you just kind of have it at the start of a match or a round. UAVs are seriously effective tactical equipment in Call of Duty. Pop one and enemies, players, or bots will light up on your map. PvP in DMZ is often a game of cat and mouse, and so by having a UAV and deploying it, you can get a lot of great tactical knowledge, but you have to earn that traditionally, whereas with this skin, you just get to have that tactical advantage from the outset just because you spent more money on this game by purchasing this skin. It's straight up pay to win in a multiplayer competitive environment at that. Data miners also uncover the possibility of a premium skin bonus that would involve players just automatically having free 2-plate armor vests from the outset upon deployment instead of your traditional 1-plate. And so this is kind of the scheme that Warzone DMZ wants to start delving into. They're hoping that people will just accept this, that they'll be able to ride out the backlash enough where eventually people stop talking about it, will accept it as just normal. This is the next microtransaction.
Well, people just deal with it. Like, people just, well, it's whatever. And they move on. It just is what it is. And the thing is, like, it's one of the most scummy things about the Warzone thing specifically that really, honestly, just pisses me off. Warzone, for a lot of people, represents like their dream career. Warzone, for a lot of people, it's like, if they get really good at it, they have this idea that they will become a streamer, that they'll become rich, they will be able to pay off their student loans, support their families, they'll be able to do something they love day in, day out. And so they view like mastery of Call of Duty, especially if they're streaming it too, as something almost like, in a weird way, it's almost like work. It's something they're grinding towards to try and find future success, based on their dream of becoming a YouTuber or a streamer. And because of that, Activision knows that a lot of those people are going to be more inclined to spend good chunks of change on things that give them a better chance to stand out, or at the very least to keep up. And so then they sell that to people with these broken skins, broken weapons, or, you know, the metas that break all the time, totally accidentally, you know, all of these things. And they know that there's a lot of teenagers, a lot of people in their 20s who are trying to get started and want to be streamers, who are going to be like, well, I don't like that this gallantry or the DMR is totally broken, but I'm trying to stream, so I'm just gonna deal with it. So they then buy it and go with it. And when an ocean of individuals go, I know my vote doesn't really count because it's just one, so I'm gonna get it anyways, but I'm gonna publicly speak out against this. That ocean of individuals creates an ocean, and that's how they make their money. And that's why, like, the fallacy of, well, one vote doesn't really matter. No, it matters, because if everybody thinks like that, then the mass vote doesn't matter. Nothing happens. So you can't just go with that. But it's like a lot of people, and I know because I've spoken to a handful of them who have reached out to me and been like, I want to start on streaming. I want to start on YouTube. I want to start uploading videos and stuff. And I've offered them advice, and a lot of them are like streaming Warzone. They're streaming Apex, whatever. And they're trying to get really good at it. They're trying to stand out. And honestly, if they're grinding ranked in something like Apex, and then a new hero drops and the new hero is totally broken, they can either sit and just get curb stomped for 2 weeks until they patch it, or they can buy the hero, at least stand a better chance, and deal with it until it's fixed. You know, and so for a lot of people, it's not as simple as like, oh, well, just don't buy it. Because for a lot of people, they're viewing this, I would say probably falsely, as something bigger than just, you know, don't play it for a week, or don't worry about getting curb stomped by people with unfair advantages for a week or two until they patch it. So I would say that they're probably still going to make really good money doing this, which is super toxic. I wonder if they're doing this in response to like really negative or poor numbers that have come out recently. I don't know I know Call of Duty has seen like a drop in playership, but I don't know if it's that severe. Z-Laner tried XDefiant though, and this is something we've been hoping for, is that there would be another game that comes along and can at least be a competitor to Call of Duty. And XDefiant has actually gotten a pretty good response recently. There's some people who are very good at these games that have been playing and really enjoying it. And I mean, honestly, it looks so tight compared to a lot of these recent shooters that have tried to come on and take on Call of Duty. And I mean, you can tell that they have a lot of inspiration from Call of Duty coming. It's pretty baller. Is he streaming on YouTube or is he streaming on Twitch? I can't tell. I can't even tell. Where is he streaming? Or is this Facebook? I don't see that. TikTok, YouTube Shorts, Twitter, VOD, more Z-Laner. Does he stream on YouTube? Is that what it is? I don't know. I don't recognize these like notifications. Anyway, but people have had very, very positive opinions of it so far. People have been really, really enjoying it. Has anybody here been playing it? Kick maybe? Ooh, maybe. And yeah, I do think they have a ton of former COD devs. And it's refreshing because Ubisoft came in and I wonder if I can find that original thing. When they first announced XDefiant, they were teased into oblivion. Like it was not well received way back when. Yeah, this was the original trailer. Or was this the reveal trailer? So like, look at this. This was what it looked like when they first announced it. And honestly, I don't blame anybody for looking at this and being like, what? Like it didn't look very fluid. The frame rates were terrible. It's got this weird like cell shaded thing on this skin. I don't know. It just didn't look very good. Like this whole thing looked like garbage, right? It goes to show you just how important the first reveals are, and again, graphics matter. These things matter. But they went away for a year. They kept working on it. And then when they came back, they dropped this, and influencers around the world are actually very impressed with it. Movement super fluid. The combat's super tight. It looks like hitboxes are super tight as well. It just in general seems to be running really, really well. Oh, I thought it was a COD game. Well, there you go, Leandra. It's a COD game, but hopefully, I mean, this is the big question mark is whether Ubisoft can make this game and then not fill it with the same toxic monetized crap that pisses people off about Activision. Because I think the way that this game really stands out is if it's a good game and if it also can be more pro-consumer than the alternative. I think you'll then see a good number of people coming over. Now, if they can bring like a battle royale mode into this format with this gunplay and stuff, I think you'll have a lot of people very, very interested. Streamers are kind of stuck mostly right now on battle royale games, so we don't have to love it, but that just is the case. So until that changes, I think you need one of those to be really competitive in the pop like culture scene, as we've seen with like Halo. Halo had a pretty good multiplayer, no support after launch, and as a result, it's just been kind of forgotten and moved on. Yeah, Bjorn, I played a ton of the finals. I got invited to the early access event. I played it with a bunch with friends during the beta, and I thought it was good. There's a lot of balancing they need to do. I thought the small character with the whatever they called it, cloak ability and the dagger, overpowered as hell. And even if he was balanced, I still think he wouldn't be fun to play against. It just felt toxic. You just have people camping in the corners of a room you run into, and then they sneak up to you and stab you. And that just, it didn't feel like in line with the overall feeling that the game was trying to establish, which was one of like demolition and chaos and craziness. They just weren't able to keep in line with that. It makes the game feel like you have to start playing it like a tactical shooter instead, and that's just not as fun. So I like the finals. I also think they need to give you way more explosives and things. The destructive environments are the coolest thing about that game, and the fact that the whole thing is like they give you one grenade and then it takes 20 seconds to refill. Like that's super annoying. Super annoying. So I think that there's some tweaking to be done, but I thought the finals was pretty good. I've not tried XDefiant. I've not tried it, but I'm pretty impressed. And it seems like the people who generally know what they're talking about with these games are also impressed. You know, I won't pretend to be an expert in these types of games. Obviously, I don't play a ton of these, and I'm not very good at these, as Rocky and Imperium and those guys can attest. I'm not that great at these. However, the people who do know a lot about these games and are very familiar are very impressed so far, and that's a great sign. So weirdly enough, Ubisoft with a W. It's weird for us, but apparently. If XDefiant and the other game were where you can destroy everything, forgot the name. The finals, yeah. Which one do you think will have more success? Honestly, I think XDefiant has more mass market appeal, and I think is further along. The gunplay in the finals, I thought, felt a little sluggish and didn't feel very tight, and the movement was also clunky as hell, which is a problem when like buildings are falling down around you, feeling like you're movements are all slightly delayed is just not a great feeling. So I think they need a little bit more refinement there. And I think honestly XDefiant has more mass market appeal to streamers and to COD fans than the finals does. The finals is sold on like the gimmick of explosive environments and destructible environments, and that works great in small doses, but eventually once that novelty wears off, you have to wonder what else is going on. Like what else do you have to keep me engaged? And as of right now, I don't know if they have that next thing, queued up. Seems like investing in the pay-to-win goodies in high school requirement competitive battle royale FPS is comparable to buying the latest tech-infused cheats or cleats in football. Investing in the pay-to-win goodies in high school, yeah. I mean, but then again, it's actual pay-to-win stuff. Like, I think if you're referring to what I was saying about like streamers spending money on this stuff because they want to be the next Nick Merckx or Tim the Tatman or something, I agree it's a false conclusion. It's not accurate that you need to buy that stuff to be competitive. If you're really good at those games, you don't need no stinking medium backpack. You don't need no starting UAV. If they gave me that, I still am getting clobbered in those matches against decent, like pretty good players for sure. So it's just a misnomer. It's not true. But people have that, again, perception that if they want to be competitive, they need not just these pay-to-win skins with these added advantages. They also need the high-end monitor. They need the high-end computer. They need the SCUF controller instead of the basic controller. They need all of this other stuff. Their chair needs all the RGB. And that's not true. You can give somebody like Nick Merckx a basic PlayStation 4 controller and tell him to play against you 1v1 in Apex or something, and he will kick your ass every time. Because he's just good. He's just good. Like I could give you a decked out gun or something. He still probably will beat you. It's more of a skill. Yeah, 9 times out of 10, it's just a skill issue. Exactly. But people, the thing is, it's a lot easier, weirdly enough, it's a lot easier to just go buy the higher end monitor and the bigger computer and the skins with the weird little advantages. It's way easier to do that than to spend 10 years getting really good at the games. Shocker, I know, right? And so people take the path more traveled and they try to go the easier route, and then you're screwed. Brandon, guarantee he won't beat me in UFC 4. I don't remember which one it was. I played one of those UFC games. I played Jacob in it, and oh my God. Like, he knows whatever, like, cheap exploit, whatever the crap, and he can just, like, stun lock me instantly, and I can't do anything. Like, I can't move. It's, like, not fun at all. It's insane. It's insane. Have you guys seen Embark's AI animation and photogrammetry tools? True cutting-edge tech. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff there, and I think, like, all of their stuff is graphically very, very impressive. They have some crazy tech going on, without a doubt. Like, it's stunning. I think it just needs tightening up, but they're doing very well. As someone who is living paycheck to paycheck while my wife studies, I found you can manage to find success a lot of the time with less than people think. I think so as well. The thing is, people always raise their living standards to where their current pay is, which is why, like, they've found that until you reach a certain threshold of, like, I forget what the study was. We talked about it in college, but I think it was like $327,000 or something a year for married couples. Until you reach that point, most people's, like, month to month budgets were actually proportionally very similar, because if somebody was taking in $25,000 a month, they actually were far more likely to go and spend $10,000 on a mortgage. Whereas if they only took in $10,000 or $5,000 or $3,000, proportionally as a percentage of their income, they were spending about the same amount on each of these things. Once you pass that threshold of, like, a lot of money every year, $300 something thousand a year, people then kind of capped out on how much they were willing to spend on like car payments, on clothes and food and stuff, because you reach a point where you can't really spend much more than like what you were spending. Like, I don't know how, honestly, other than hiring like a private chef and having crab and flying in lobster every night, I don't know how you spend thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars every month on food. I have no idea. Some people can do it apparently, but I have no idea how you do that. And so you reach a point with success and financial stability where eventually people just start to, they'll basically like, they'll go and they'll start to save more. They'll invest more. They'll start using their money in different ways. But if you can learn how to have that attitude before you reach that super high salary and annual income level, you're going to be much better off. So, yeah, I think it's just, if you can learn how to live in a cheaper place, to not spend outrageous amounts of money on things you don't need or are not going to use when you can't afford it, you're going to be better off. And like, I love buying things that are silly. I mean, I have custom mechanical keyboards. I have a Lego Titanic behind me, you know, so I'm not pretending to be a frugal person. But if you can learn how to not, like, if you can afford these things, you should also be investing a crap ton of money as well, which I try to do. So every month, pretty much once we pay expenses, I throw every other penny into investments, IRAs, savings accounts, things like that. I've been working for almost 60 years. I'm swimming in cash I never touch. Go and like, if you have a savings account, Chrissy, look into like, I don't know, like either toss it into an IRA, toss it into mutual funds like the S&P 500. Let that money grow, because with inflation where it is and where it has been, that money's actually losing value. So you got to think of it as like, oh, if inflation was 6% last year or something, you have to think of, okay, well, the buying power, I effectively lost 6% of my money in that savings account. And you just think about how much money that actually is, and you just toss that out. Like, oh my God, I got to do something with it. And so go find like something like the S&P 500, which is a great option. They manage it. They weight the stocks by themselves. Yeah, go talk with a banker, go talk with a stockbroker or wealth management guys. It's crazy. Not sure what Germans have here as an equivalent. Even in Germany, you can buy like, they're not ADRs, because ADRs are American depository receipts. But in Germany, I'm sure there's something similar where you can buy into any stock market. But a lot of Germans and a lot of British people, like people from all over the world, invest in the American stock market, because that's where Amazon, Facebook, you know, Google, all of these companies are based. So there's ways to do it. Absolutely. You don't have to just buy German things. Oh, those super safe stock things. Yeah, well, so what is it? SPY. That's what it is. I was having a brain fart. It's just so okay. So the S&P 500, it's just an ETF, means exchange traded fund. But basically what we have here is what the S&P 500 does is they look at like the 500 top companies. It's the Standard & Poor's 500. But they go and they track, as they say here, the stock market index. This fund is the largest and oldest ETF in the world. SPDR is a trademark of the Standard & Poor's, blah, blah, blah. I don't know where they say it. Yeah, the fund has a net expense ratio of 0.0945%. That's way better than you'll get either trying to manage your own money usually or going to a company to do it. And what they do is they weight the share effectively of what you're buying, and then they buy little bitty, you can just think of it as buying little bitty cuts of a bunch of different companies like Tesla, Apple, and they weight them based on the total percentage that they make up. So it's like an actual market cap weighted fund. So you're pretty much, by buying the S&P 500, you're investing in big business. And if big business keeps doing big business, you'll make money. As you can see here, if you bought this back in 2010, it would have cost you $110 roughly. And then if you go all the way to today, it's 410. You would have gained $300 a share by doing nothing. By doing absolutely nothing. If you went all the way back in the 90s and you bought it, it was down at the equivalent of $50 in 95. That'd be 413. And you do nothing. You do absolutely nothing. You buy it and you forget about it. That's the key. They've done studies. I think it was Fidelity or one of those places. They revealed their top 10 investors of the last decade. What they found was 7 of the top investors that worked with them of the last decade. 7 of them were dead. 7 of them were dead because the best investors buy good businesses and don't touch them. When people think they're timing the market, when people think that they're getting a jump on it, inevitably they end up selling it at the worst time. It's just how it goes. It just happens. All you have to do, and this is something Benjamin Graham wrote about in his book, The Intelligent Investor, which if you want to invest anything, read The Intelligent Investor by Ben Graham. I mean, it's phenomenal, and it'll give you a crash course on how to do this. But the basic philosophy is just don't treat investments and putting your money away for your future. Don't treat it as, I'm trying to buy this because I think it'll go up. Buy a business as if you're investing in the business directly. And when you do that, you're going to be investigating the stocks, buying a business that you believe in, that you're confident is going to do well in the future. And then you move on with your life and you forget about it. Maybe if it drops a little bit more, you can put more in. They call it cost basis averaging. You can go in there and tackle that. Yeah, don't fall into day trading or beating the market. Take cash you can afford to invest for 5 years, 5-year minimum. I agree, Nathaniel. I totally agree. You got to be ready to set it and forget it. One of the best, or if somebody wants to invest in real estate, this isn't necessarily what you have to do. Whoop, I typed it in wrong. There we go. Okay, that was weird. This is really popular with younger people. I use these guys too. I just like their stuff. But it is Fundrise, and this is microshare multifamily real estate and single family real estate. So if you want to just toss $1,000 into savings or 5,000 into savings or something, you have in a savings account, you can do it this way. And as you can see, they go and you buy into this fund. It's called a REIT, a real estate investment trust. So this is very, very typical. This isn't anything new. They just put it in a nice package for people not familiar with this kind of thing to get their feet into it, because they have a iPhone app that you can download and use. And like I said, I've put money in with these guys. But what you do is you toss in some money, and then they go and they take that for you, and they will buy single family homes. Over almost 3,500 homes in 30 markets. They have 140 projects, over $7 billion in portfolio value. You see Fundrise, public REITs, S&P 500. You see this year so far, they've had lower returns. They're upfront with it. This is why, you can see S&P 500 at 7.5% for Q1 returns. S&P 500, again, you just buy it, you don't have to worry about it. But this is specifically real estate, which is seen as lower risk, lower reward, because it's real estate. I mean, these apartment buildings aren't going anywhere. But you can invest in this with just I think $500 is the minimum or something. And you can see the average returns that people see. They've actually charted it. And the longer you're willing to hold on to it, 6 years, the average is 80.7% return. For doing nothing. You put the money in there and you forget about it. Easy peasy. And if you don't like the idea of doing that, you can just go invest in an actual REIT, which I don't know what are currently considered to be the best REITs. Vanguard, maybe. Vanguard's really, really good. Vanguard is like freakishly huge, though. New Lake Capital Partners. Yeah, these guys, these things are usually based on dividends, so it's not as simple as just looking at the total stock price. It doesn't actually work like that, which is why it scares people off a lot. They're like, oh my God, the price has dropped. It's like, yeah, but you're getting dividends. So they send out money. If you own one share, you get a payout like every quarter or whatever they decide to do. So it's not as simple as just like, oh, the stock price went down. It's like, yeah, but the dividends went out. So you would actually expect that to happen. But anyway, beside the point. I think investing in real estate is way better than video game company stock, lol. Unless you have like, I mean, I would generally agree. The exception being like right now, if you think, and this isn't necessarily a given, but if you think that the Activision Blizzard deal is going through, Microsoft agreed to pay $95 a share. Right now it trades around $85. So if you think it's going through and you buy a share and the deal goes through, you'll make $10 a share for doing nothing. Now, if the deal doesn't go through, it's going to drop. And you're going to it's going to go down to $70 a share or $60 a share. You don't really know until you know, but the value will drop. So yeah, it's just, that's the one video game stock I would be more confident in tossing money into. I have put money into Activision Blizzard because I'm convinced the deal's going through, and I've been like transparent and clear about that. I think the deal's going through, so I'm much more confident in that. But not official financial advice, of course. Haven't asked him how it's going or how it's holding, because he bought CDPR in early 2020. Well, if he bought it and then sat on it, he's fine. He's fine. But if he bought it and then sold it when it started to drop because he panicked, he just lost money for not for no reason, but he lost money when he didn't need to. Because what you have to like remember is that with so much of this stuff, if you think of it like really simply as like, say you bought the stock here at like, I don't know, 100 per share. And then over time, the stock is like going up and you're like, oh, I made so much money. And then it plummets because Cyberpunk's a train wreck. Oh my God, I lost so much money. And then it starts going back up over time. Right? What some people will do is the moment it goes up, they feel like $1 million. And maybe this went up to like 125. So they feel like they just made $25 a share. They didn't. They have something worth $25 more, but they didn't make $25 because they didn't sell it. But then the price drops and it gets down to like 100. And then they go, oh my God, I'm going to sell right now so I don't lose any money. But they sell, panicking. And usually it almost never ends up like this. Usually they end up selling like down here because they think that they're going to time it and it's going to bounce back up. And they get it wrong, and so they lose money. But even if that's not the case, let's say it drops all the way back down here. And let's say down here it's at like, I know it's not to scale, but let's just say this is like at 50. Okay, so this is all the way down at $50. It dropped all the way down to 50. If it dropped to 50, and he then sold it, like you just lost $50 a share, right? You lost so much money. But what you should do is what's called cost averaging, which is if you are really a believer in the stock, if you believe in the company, you know, long run, it's going to go up. We're going to recover. So you bought it at 100 and you thought it was fair. It was well priced at 100. When it went up, you felt great. But when it dropped, you're like, you shouldn't think of it as I lost money. You should think of it as I can buy more of this at a discount. I can buy more on sale. Because if you bought, say, one share right here at 100, and you bought another at 50. So, you know, you got one here, one up there. What's just happened? Well, you've split your cost basis. So you bought one share at 100 and then you bought another share at 50. So all told, you've spent $150 for two shares. which is $75 a share, whereas before you were at $100 a share. So by buying more when it was cheap, you've actually lowered your cost basis. So now you don't need to break this point to break even. You just got to break this point to break even, right? So like this is what people do when they talk about like, yeah, buy it when it's cheap. Or what Warren Buffett says when he says buy when others are scared. If you believe in the company at 100, if you really believe CDPR is a great company, he sold a long time ago. He must have panicked. Probably. He's probably one of these guys that sold down here, which is very human. There's nothing wrong with that. Well, there is something wrong with it. You shouldn't do that. But this is something like one of the 101 errors and mistakes people make in finance and savings and investments is they sell because they get scared on the way down. Don't think of it as selling on the way down or selling to prevent further losses. If you believe in the company and you think the company is honestly going to grow, you just have to go in there, and when it's priced fair, buy it when it's fair. And when you think it's worth 100 at this point, and at every point after this where it's trading underneath 100, it's on sale. And you should be buying as much of it as you can. You know? It only makes sense. It only makes sense. Sorry, Luke's random finance segment of the day. We can't get through a single stream without it. I'm sorry. Brandon, thank you, my friend. Oh, belly button peeking out. Oh, geez. So scandalous. Thank
Brandon
you.
Reyes super chatted $19.99. Nice rainy day, just finished laying 200 feet of sewer pipe, time to relax, hop on the Steam Deck and grind some dredge. Did you already debate the person already, and everyone enjoy your week, and what's everyone playing this week?
So first of all, thank you for the 20. That's very generous. Poggers, as it's known. Poggers. 200 foot of sewer pipe. Oh my. Yeah, you need to relax. Play some dredge. I gotta know, Brendan, is dredge good? I've been waiting. I've been playing Spiritfarer the last couple of nights, but dredge has been the other game I've been keeping an eye on. So I'm interested. It's amazing. It's so good. Okay. I'll have to get that then. Because I heard ACG, he liked it. But I was like, I need to investigate. It looked a little weird, but I'm down. But anyway, did you already debate the person? He ghosted me. So I'm not going to give him the credit of saying his like screen name or username or what you'd be able to look him up under. So I'm not going to do that because I don't like when people ghost me. I had a feeling he would, though, because he started getting really, really weird yesterday. So instead, I pulled up some Reddit pages and subreddit posts about Breath of the Wild being overrated, and I want to go through them and see what we agree with and what we disagree with. Okay, so let's get into this and tackle this. So I pissed off a lot of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom fanboys and girls, which is pretty funny. So basically what I did is I posted a video stream clip or whatever. It was taken from one of our streams, and Jacob just cut it up and was like, yeah, here's Luke checking the Tears of the Kingdom trailer that they dropped and the whatever, ensuing discussion that happened afterwards. And the discussion was basically me saying that I think I've been concerned about Tears of the Kingdom just because I think, releasing a sequel on the same hardware that the last game launched on 6 years ago, which was already outdated 6 years ago, that makes me a little concerned for how they're going to continue to take it up a notch in the future. Like, how are they going to make the sequel really stand out and feel like a sequel and not just Breath of the Wild 1.5 or a huge expansion to Breath of the Wild. And I expressed this concern I have. And at the end of the video, my conclusion was still, if anybody could pull this off, it's the team at Nintendo and the guys working on this. They show in the trailer multiple huge like boss encounters, big set pieces, things that I'm very, very interested in. So I think, if I was a betting man, I'd be putting down good money on Breath of the Wild, or Tears of the Kingdom rather, being pretty great. I don't know if it's going to tap into the same magical feeling I felt for Breath of the Wild, because that's a very rare thing, but I'm sure it's still going to be pretty good. You would have thought I gutted a puppy on stream. while singing I'm a Barbie girl. Like, people lost their minds. It's amazing. It's amazing. A lot of people, you might have noticed some people popping into chat occasionally who are like, so why do you hate Breath of the Wild, Luke? Why do you hate Tears of the Kingdom, Luke? Those people clearly didn't watch the video because I finished the clip by saying, I actually think this is going to be really, really good. And so it's just kind of funny. But I think probably what happened is it was shared to a Discord or a subreddit or something, and people came in, didn't watch the clip, and instead just were like, this guy is a hater on Tears of the Kingdom. Let's mess with him. And that's fine. You know, I don't think they realize that I get all of the views either way. Like, they still generate ad revenue for me. So I'm like, I don't care. Yeah, share it to all the hate Discords. I don't care. I get off better, you know? It's just awesome. But I don't think they realize that. However, I thought it generated an interesting discussion. And there were some people that were honestly in the comment section like, well, I mean, honestly, I think that Breath of the Wild is pretty overrated. I don't think it's that great of a game. So my general stance is that while I think Breath of the Wild certainly has a lot of problems, I think that they have, in that game, they demonstrated a mastery of open world design, pacing, segmentation, like so many little tricks that they employed there for capturing your attention while you're running through a field. Have you see this thing and this thing, both of those are interesting and spark some curiosity, so you want to seek out that thing. They do it masterfully. And there's a reason why so many games have taken Breath of the Wild as inspiration and failed at copying it. It's a tremendous accomplishment in open world design. That being said, it still has problems. The weapon degradation system is hot donkey ass. It just is. Okay, I'm going to be real. I understand why they did it. They did it so that you actively explore the world to find more equipment, which replaces the equipment that constantly is breaking. I get that. It doesn't change the fact that it makes the game frustrating and unfun in those moments, okay? You find multiple moments where you have a really good weapon that you got from somebody, and you won't want to use it because you don't want it to break. So you just sit on it. And then the Master Sword, which is this crazy, powerful, magical, mysterious sword, you end up just using for mining and chopping down trees and stuff like that, because at least then, like, it runs out of energy, but it doesn't break. And then you just put it in your inventory, use a different sword for the rest of it. So all of these other, like, elements, I can acknowledge I love Breath of the Wild, and I've spent so many hours in it, and I love that game dearly. I have not played a game like that obsessively since. Like, it really was a magical experience for me. However, I can acknowledge that it's got issues. However, I still really, really love it. That apparently, that type of nuance, though, is evidently too much for some of these fanboys to handle. So I thought it'd be funny if I brought that nuance into a debate where I argued with somebody who very outspokenly has been against Breath of the Wild, has made some videos being very, very negative towards it, blah, blah, blah. However, that person spoke with me yesterday and the day before. We had planned to meet up initially at 11 my time, which is now 3 hours ago. And then I was like, okay, well, maybe they got hours mixed up. Maybe at noon they'll show up. Didn't show up. I've been sending messages and still nothing. So they evidently have just ghosted me. So I'm not going to shout them out. I'm not going to do any of that. Because why would I give them that when they just ghosted me? But there was originally a debate planned for today, and then they chickened out and bailed. Whatever. To counter that, I pulled up some various Reddit posts of people who have unpopular opinions of Breath of the Wild and think that it's actually really, really terrible. So I thought we would go through that. There's also some people in chat, I understand, who have less than amazing opinions of Breath of the Wild, and I would like to hear what each of you guys think of Breath of the Wild as well. I'm down to hear all of your feedback, but I thought to begin we could go through this post by Hot Bean Juice. Intentionally, I have not gone through this because I want to go through it fresh and experience it myself with you guys live. This is on r/unpopular opinion. I don't know how serious this one will be, but we're going to check it out regardless. So he has a list of different things that frustrated him and that he would like to see changed and reasons why he doesn't think it's actually that amazing. To begin, I know that immediately this comes across as trying to be edgy, give me karma post, but I write this as someone who thoroughly loved much that Breath of the Wild has to offer. Here's the background. I've played through 8 of the Zelda games, not including Breath of the Wild, and I definitely consider myself a huge fan. In an effort to have fully magical experience, I successfully avoided all trailers and Reddit posts about Breath of the Wild leading up to my own purchase about a month ago. This was posted, I don't know, did they have the exact date? 4 years ago, whenever it was, 4 years ago, exactly. I don't know. It's archived. Created, and I think that's when the subreddit was created. Anyway, in terms of the open world graphics and general gameplay, the game is phenomenal. I also applaud the effort to change things up and build diversity into the way you can approach situations. And despite how negative this post will sound, I did have fun playing this game. The problems I have with Breath of the Wild are thus, forgive me if other posts already said everything I did. I didn't want to be swayed by their opinions. They go on to say, I know the idea was to provide a freedom to choose your story, but the ability to approach any boss or divine beast at any time was a drawback to me, primarily because it made everything insanely easy. Even as someone who has played through certain Zelda games multiple times, it's templates that have always provided us the excitement and frustration. Even replaying, I'd spend countless hours trying to figure out those maddening temples. Did I say template? I can't read. Jesus. My brain is fried. I don't claim to be an exceptional gamer. I say I'm an average or below, but there wasn't a temple in Breath of the Wild that took me more than 40 minutes. The creative boss fights have always been stable to the Zelda franchise, but I literally did the exact same thing to defeat each one. And Lionel's are easily harder than any of the Ganons. This I think is totally fair. The Ganon fights I found a little underwhelming. I still thought that they were pretty cool and epic. But I thought they were fair. No, it's not an article. What are you talking about, Kazuma? No, it's not an article. This is this guy's opinion of the game. The game came out 6 freaking years ago. Okay, closer to a decade than current. Okay, so of course, like, it doesn't matter if the post is from 4 years ago or from yesterday. It's the same freaking game. What are you talking about, Kazuma? Chill out. But the boss fights, regardless, yeah, I would say that enemy variety was pretty lackluster. The fact that they have to rely on reskins of bosses and mini bosses and enemy types is a little frustrating. I would also take the stance of like Joseph Anderson's takedown of the combat. I thought was fair. The fact that it's just purely heart based and individual unit based with damage reductions tied to base numbers on each armor set being overly simplistic. And it basically makes it so when you wear heavy armor, like the knight, the suit of armor, whatever it is it's called, that one pretty much negates any serious damage you could take. It just kind of kills the fun of the combat or anything. Also, I will still insist, the parries are super inconsistent. Parries and not necessarily the parries, the whatever backflip thing, the action slowdown, whatever that's called. I don't remember. It's been a minute. What was that called? Something flurry rush. Yeah, flurry rush, I think is what it was. That very inconsistent, especially on the master playthrough mode, whatever. So I think that's fine. Do I think that like that's enough to make the game bad? I would say personally not. I think the reason Breath of the Wild is great is, like I said, for the open world design, for the exploration. I would agree the boss fight variety is not tremendous. The Ganon fights are not that crazy interesting. And I'm guessing he's about to go into a lot of detail about the whole divine beast mixed with the lack of dungeons, because that was the biggest complaint people had when the game came out. So I'm guessing that's what it's going to be. The investment is gone in many ways. I can appreciate the addition of new weapons and being able to use them early, but where is the excitement? I know opinions vary on the need to grind, but the feeling that I could technically do everything I needed to be able to do from the beginning is a big killjoy. Okay, so trying to be as understanding and good faith as I can be. So he's saying he's frustrated that the game gives you all the tools you need to use up front, and that there aren't necessarily new transformational tools you gain later in the game. Okay. I would say like I can understand that, especially coming off of games where you are constantly gaining pretty transformational abilities through the game. You still gain abilities from each of the divine beasts, of course. However, I get what he means. Like each of the puzzles, each of the rooms that you go to, you have all the tools at your disposal from day one. Again, that's more of an artifact of the way that they designed the game as an open world adventure game first and foremost, and then as like a dungeon puzzle solver secondly, because they wanted to make sure no matter where you went on the map, if you went into one of those areas, you could solve all the puzzles there. And the only way you can do that without gating certain areas off is by having it so you have all of the tools at your disposal from day one, which is why like you can't use those divine beast abilities inside of those shrine puzzle rooms and stuff, because it would just break it, right? So it's a weird arbitrary rule that they set up. Like you can't climb the walls in those puzzle rooms, because if you could, it would just break everything. But, you know, is there a reason why? It's just because that's what they have to do to keep it consistent. So I would say this is more just a matter of personal preference. I understand what they're saying, and that this maybe is not his preference, but I would say like they sacrificed that structure of giving you new abilities and tools steadily throughout the game for the ability to give the player the freedom to go anywhere and do whatever they want in whatever order they want. If you don't like it, I get it. I understand that, but that also does not mean that like I don't think it's a bad choice. Saying that it's boring is a little strong. There's a very strong sense of fulfillment and reward when you finally acquire the skill or tool you need to keep going. I found myself feeling that the only real thing I was working towards were the heart containers, which is boring. I don't know, for me, the heart containers represented a chance to go into higher level areas to discover new things. Because especially areas with like high level Lionels or like Ganon's castle, where there's some really high enemy and high damage output enemies, having more heart containers, having more meals cooked, and you know, all of the better armor sets and all that, it empowers you to go and explore new areas. And so for me, that took, in my mind, the place of skills or tools that keep you going. But I guess it's just a different way of thinking about it. If you think of it just as upgrading your max health, I guess, but there's a lot more to it than just heart containers. While pretty useful, personally found questing for the 4 hero powers very unsatisfying. I've defeated Ganon and have even completed about 3/4 of the Korok seeds and shrines, and I just really find my desire to keep going non-existent. I mean, by the time you've defeated Ganon and 3/4 of the Korok seeds, I forget, there's either 700 or 900 Korok seeds in the game. Do you have any idea how many hours it would take to get 3/4 of them? And also, how do you know you have 3/4 of them? Is this guy like playing through Breath of the Wild with a guide? I don't have any problems with guides, but Breath of the Wild is an example of a game that your first playthrough, you really should not be going through with a guide. Oh my God, did he just say that there's a right and wrong way to play the game? Yes. In this case, yes, I do think there is. Didn't love the DLC. That's one where we're going to agree. I thought the DLC, the motorcycle was kind of cool, but I thought the process of getting the motorcycle was hot dog water. So I'm going to agree on that. And I guess overrated. So this is kind of like one of the key distinctions. If you're going to say it's overrated, you have to clarify what you mean by overrated. Like, what is it overrated? What do you think the rating is if you're saying it's overrated? Because if you're saying that, like, my perception is that Breath of the Wild is a very good game, and I would say it's a masterpiece of open world game design of, well, I already ran through that, but I think it's a masterpiece of open world design. Is it a perfect game? Far from it. There's a lot of stuff they do in it that is pretty stupid and that I don't like. But I would say it's a masterpiece of open world design. So far, little things that he's gone into, like, you know, frustrations over boss fight variety and complexity. I get that. Lack of dungeons. Understand that. That I understand. But saying that you've... I don't know. This stands out to me as suggesting that he probably... I don't know. I would be shocked if he was not using a guide. I get the vibe. 3/4 of Korok Seeds and Shrines. I mean, it also is just a misunderstanding. I don't think... Maybe this is a hot take too. I don't know. But I don't think you're expected by the devs to collect all of the Korok Seeds or all of the Shrines. Like, I really don't think that you're supposed to. Why else would they put 900 of them in? You know? Like, 900. As far as I can tell, having played a lot of Breath of the Wild, you are... Like, they sprinkle all these Korok Seeds in. So as you go through the world and you explore and do all of this stuff, you stumble onto them as you go around. That's what makes it kind of satisfying. Because as you explore, it's like, oh, that pile of rocks is weird. Interesting. And then you go in. And then you check it out. And then you do this, this, and this. It's good fun. Hold on. Voila. So, I can understand that. Like, but I get the vibe that he probably was going through on a guide. And if he went through on a guide, I can understand why he felt like the world design was not a thing. Anyway, the reward for meticulously finding Korok Seeds is to improve upon a system that I already find disappointing. Weapons breaking, agreed. Why I would want to complete a shrine to get slightly different or often worse version of the weapon I already have that breaks. The Master Sword is the only strong in a very specific realm. Otherwise, it sucks. I don't think it sucks. I guess it depends on what he means by realm. But I don't think it sucks. I just think because it breaks but then cools down, it just makes it so it becomes your mining weapon and your axe for cutting down trees and things. It takes this magical weapon of vast power and turns it into basically a shovel. Like it kind of spoils the whole thing a little bit. So I can see that. Together, it just feels like they tried to make a decision that made the Master Sword as least fun as possible. It feels like the tripping feature in Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Why? Okay, super weak storyline. You hardly see Ganon or learn of his plans. Actually, what were his plans? He's just there and suddenly I need to stop him. Urbosa is the only slightly engaging storyline. I can't even remember the names of the other heroes. You show up in a village and are suddenly thrust into companionship with the exact same initial conversation for each and are told you have to go to defeat the Divine Beast. Despite being told what the Divine Beasts are wreaking havoc, everyone seems to be enjoying life to the fullest. While it's a masterpiece of open world design, I will agree that they do not do a great job of, like, creating the symbiosis between the attitudes of the civilians of the world and the world itself and what they're describing is going on. Because everybody, like, in terms of tone, everybody's just kind of going about their day-to-day life, not too worried about it. You can find some people that, of course, are, like, being jumped by the little piglets. And you can find, like, I know they're not called piglets for the record. I know. I just call them piglets because otherwise I don't know how to pronounce them. But yeah, tonally, I could see it being distinct and see it there. Super weak storyline. Again, this is something I mentioned earlier in the stream. Just because a game is really, really good in one area does not mean it's good at everything. Okay, I can say that Breath of the Wild is a masterpiece of open world design. That does not mean it's a masterpiece of open world design and narrative and gameplay or combat rather, and boss fights and all these other things. which is why for me it's so cringy when somebody's like, Breath of the Wild is the best open world adventure game that Nintendo's ever made or that's ever been made. It's like, okay, interesting. But does that mean it has the best combat of any game of all time? Hopefully you say no. Hopefully. But there's a lot of fanboys who will, because they think that if you accept this thing and if you put it on the pedestal as the best thing ever, as the best game ever, that then you run into all these other issues where you have to start defending it in every single instance. And you have to start saying that, Breath of the Wild has the best combat. Clearly it doesn't. Breath of the Wild has the best story. Clearly it doesn't. No. And when you try to defend that, you end up sounding like a maniac because everybody's like, what the hell are you talking about? Clearly no. Having to constantly change equipment because there's a thunderstorm got old fast. I actually kind of love that, Dan. I'll be real. I actually kind of loved having to think about what I was wearing, what I had equipped. And I personally, I didn't think that thunderstorms were that common. So for me, it wasn't that big of a deal. So, I mean, I won't, the storyline being weak, repetition of shrines is something he hasn't really gotten into, but that for me is one of my biggest frustrations, is that some shrines are like literally 2 minutes long. Others require 15 minutes. So there's certainly problems I have with it, but again, it matters what you're establishing the rated as. Like, what is it being rated as? The best game ever? That's why I think saying something is the best game ever is really stupid, because you end up having to defend a lot of weird choices, because no game is perfect. Games like The Witcher 3, Red Dead, Breath of the Wild, all these games have issues. And to pretend like they don't just makes you look like a fanboy and makes you lose all credibility with somebody who's thinking a little bit more critically, you know? Writing a post saying X game is overrated because it's not perfect. It's kind of obvious because there's nothing like that. Well, and it makes me think, like, is this, I was really hoping we'd have fanboys in here that would be like arguing against him, but it seems like everybody is just kind of going along with it. I don't know. And then this one, and by the way, his last point was DLC. My own personal feeling is that when I buy a game, I'm buying the whole game. Some DLC is fine. Half of it, I'm not interested. Okay, so he's upset about the size of the DLC? Without Zelda being... Okay, so he's just upset there is DLC. Okay, that's stupid. Yeah, I don't have a problem with there being DLC. My problem is the DLC we did get was garbage. So I sort of agree, I guess. Anyway, this one, the most overrated game ever in my opinion. I'm a huge Zelda fan ever since I'm a huge Zelda fan as well, ever since Ocarina of Time. I was actually glad Nintendo decided to turn it into an open world, as to be honest, Zelda was getting very repetitive. Watch out. They're coming for you. But they didn't do a good job at open world in my opinion, and definitely not staying true to Zelda. Staying true to Zelda, I will not pretend to be an expert in. I don't know. But saying they did not do a good job at the open world design is really surprising to me. This is one where I think I'll have more meat on the bone here. You could argue that Zelda was kind of a small open world anyway. Like Ocarina, for example, you got Tyrell Castle as kind of the center, then a village, Volcano, Waterport, Gerudo Valley, the forest, and then Hyrule Castle. Breath of the Wild is just this, yet bigger, but in this case, to me, bigger is not better at all. So I'm going to say why I don't like this. Okay, I'm down. No dungeons. Like I said before, it was just a lot bigger of a map. It had basically the same areas as any other Zelda game, yet it lost the dungeons and didn't have anything to make up for them. It had shrines. Well, this is what made up for them. Like, the shrines are what they did in place. You don't have to like it, and I would agree. I don't think it's as fun as having big dungeons, but they clearly took all of the effort that would have gone into having a big dungeon, and they cut it up into little pieces, like little cookie cutter pieces, and sprinkled that around the map, and that took the place of dungeons, and then mixed with the divine beasts sort of as their own version of dungeons, with big puzzles and stuff. That was sort of what they replaced him with, but I mean, they replaced it with something. They didn't just cut dungeons and then do nothing else. They put shrines and then they put divine beasts. I don't think it satisfied most Zelda fans, but that's clearly what they were trying to do. It had shrines, but you have to have health and stamina. But it have you health and stamina, which is important. But after you gathered enough, what's the point? Oh, they get you maybe? So they get you upgrades to health and stamina. But after you gathered enough, what's the point in going any further? Okay. The divine beasts are actually decent, but after them, that's it. Okay. So he just complains that there's no dungeons, asserts there's nothing to make up for them, and then lists the things that make up for them in the form of shrines and the divine beasts, which he says he thought that they were decent. So this is just kind of dumb. Weapons that break. I totally agree. I didn't mind it until I got a weapon I actually wanted to keep. Yeah. No. And then what happens is you end up holding onto weapons, sitting on them, and then never using them because you don't want them to break. So I agree. The weapon degradation system is super toxic. I do not like it. At least, like, if you're saying, clearly the reason that they had this was because they wanted players to actively go out, explore more, to get more, like, new weapons and more weapons to replace the ones that were constantly breaking. There's a reason for the madness, right? At least give us the option to, like, go out and collect different ingredients and then take it to, like, a blacksmith to craft an upgrade to the weapon so it doesn't break, or so that it recharges like the master sword or something like that. Like, give us some means of avoiding the constant mind-numbing tedium of, like, oh, I used this sword 5 times, now it's totally broken and it exploded, I've got to go somewhere else. It's just super annoying. I haven't seen, like, anybody try to argue that they like the weapon degradation system. I guess now that I've said that in the comment section, there's going to be somebody that's saying why they love it, but I just haven't encountered it personally. But moving on. Nothing to do after the game. I remember completing it and thinking, what the hell do I do now? I don't need to do the shrines as I don't need any more health, and the weapon I might get just break anyway. There's no point of me exploring as there's nothing to explore. I think what you mean is there's no reason to explore. I would say most games, once they're over, they stop being as fun as when they were not over. So, yeah. I don't. So you're complaining that once the game was over, it wasn't as fun and there wasn't as much to do as when the game wasn't over? Okay. Stunning take, bro. There is still stuff to explore, but obviously once you've defeated the biggest boss in the game, there's less reason to grind up. Yeah. But that's true of Red Dead. That's true of The Witcher 3. That's true of any of these other games that you love, open world adventure games. Once you've defeated the big bosses that are really hard, a lot of the time you'll not have as much narrative reason to continue exploring. True. That's just because video games have to end at some point. Like, it's not that crazy. That's true of insert game. Yeah, it's okay. Well, hot take, bro. Where's the music? Okay, this one's really weird. Every now and then you might get a little bit of music that lasts for like 3 seconds, then goes off. Zelda is known for great music. It's been released on CDs, performed live, yet it's missing in the actual game. Maybe he had a glitch. Breath of the Wild has some amazing music. Like, I will grant you, it's a little more chill. It's like softer. It's not as melodic, but it has a very good soundtrack. Like, saying Breath of the Wild's music is missing is a weird take also. Compare it to other open world games. How is this world better than The Witcher 3, Skyrim, and Red Dead 2? It's rated higher than all three. If someone can explain to me why it's better, then go ahead. Red Dead 2 is actually pretty much the same. In the same way that it isn't fantasy, it's realistic. Wait, what? Okay. Red Dead 2 is actually pretty much the same. In the way that it isn't fantasy, it's realistic. it's the same in the way it's different. Okay, my brain hurts. Okay. You feed yourself. You must look after your weapons. It's a world you must survive. Pretty much Red Dead 2 is the real Breath of the Wild. Yet it's not universally acclaimed like Zelda. Is this true? Red Dead 2 is universally acclaimed. Am I just missing something? Carl, I ate pizza yesterday. It was kind of mid, to be honest. There was nothing left to eat after I finished it. That's funny. Not as Breath of the Wild. Yeah, if I recall, the biggest concerns with Red Dead 2, and the reason like I found it kind of frustrating, is that it feels like the same Red Dead or the same Rockstar game, same like UI, same structure, same basically everything that they had done before, but just with modern tech and a high-end engine and stuff like that. And in that capacity, it worked great. I mean, it was a tremendous game, but it certainly was not this like stunning reinvention of the formula, but it didn't need to be. Like, it was resting, I think I titled my critique of it, I said it was resting on near perfect laurels, and I would still stand by that. Like, I think it's just the Red Dead formula that Rockstar designed for the first game was so good that they could basically just do Red Dead 1.5 with a new engine, new tech, new world, all this stuff, new characters, but the same basic like skeleton there, and it's still an amazing, tremendous game. But it's also like, do you want them to just reinvent everything every time for no reason? Like, okay. As for Breath of the Wild's universal acclaim, I would say, yeah, it's critically acclaimed. It's universally praised and beloved. I don't know why the Metacritic score is a little higher than Red Dead's. I guess take that up with the critics. I don't know. Like the people that they tend to have reviewing games are fans of the franchises that are established. There's a lot more diehard fans of Zelda as of 2017 than there were of Red Dead in 2018, simply because they're, you know, one franchise is far older than the other, of course, for one. Pop culture, you know, influence is also vastly different. So, of course, people are going to hold the Zelda game a little nearer to their hearts than the Red Dead game, but both are very well received. And I think we're going to nitpick within a few Metacritic points, which is not a clear data point to demonstrate like critical or the quality of game. A Metacritic score down to a few points is just like, it's an accident of mathematics. It's an accident of the averaging of these scores, because Metacritic has to decide which publications get allowed in, and if they didn't accept this person, then the average would drop, and you know, so the whole thing is just it's a weird thing to point to. And comparing it to other open worlds, I would agree Breath of the Wild is tremendous. I actually agree with the Red Dead 2 comparison. I think it's pretty clear that there's a lot of similarities in how they're designed, with very long time between individual moments of interest, things like that. We've done videos where I've broken that down in spreadsheets before. So I've spent a lot of time breaking down why I think both games have compelling open worlds that are interesting to explore. But this whole bullet point is basically, I like Red Dead 2 more. And that's awesome. I'm glad you do. But like, that doesn't mean Breath of the Wild is bad. Clever Nintendo. They make the game seem bigger than it actually is, putting the Divine Beast in each corner of the map, making it hard to get there, so you take longer to get there. It's actually a pretty restricted game to call it open world, like the other three games I just mentioned. Did these ever restrict you? Oh my god, dude, what on earth are you talking about? How's Skellige? How do you like Skellige, dude? And like, what? What are you talking about? The other three games are not restricted? Dude, Skellige's locked behind level 16, which takes a good little while to get to. And you just straight up, if you go there, you're done. You're done. You can't do it. You have to be the right level. Like, The Witcher 3 is very restrictive. It's level gated out the ass. It was one of my frustrations with the game back when I did that critique like 6 years ago, where I said it honestly hurts my immersion to be able to go in and like be Geralt and walk into a horde of bandits over here and demolish them, cutting them in half all over the place. And then I go over to this group of bandits and they breathe on me and I fall over dead. But it's because of the level gating, and it's just a restriction of how it's an RPG. It's an action RPG. Like, it's going to happen. Okay. It just happens. But he's saying that this game is restrictive because they put them on 4 corners of the map. Do you want them all clumped together? What are you talking? Like, it's just one of those things where it's like, okay, play it through. Okay. You don't like that they're spread out. Okay. So what would you rather? Would you rather them be clumped together? Would you rather them be spread out differently? Like, what are you even complaining about? I don't understand. This type of thing to me starts to come off as like, I don't know if he's trolling. I don't know. It's just a weird, like, it seems like he started writing a bullet point and it gets steadily worse as time goes on. Where's the music? I get it. It's maybe not as melodic and as densely packed with music as other Zelda games. However, there's still music. It has a tremendous soundtrack. And it's just a different soundtrack for different kinds of games. If you filled in every moment of the game with the same type of music as in previous games, it wouldn't feel right, which is why it has to be different. That's why open world audio is different than anyway. So like, he starts strong, no dungeons. I agree. That's something to be frustrated by, especially if you're a longtime fan of Zelda. I get it. But then he goes and says it lost the dungeons and didn't have anything to make up for them. And then he lists the things that made up for them and actually agrees the divine beasts are actually pretty decent. And then just moves on as if he just made his point. It's like, no dungeons. Yeah, I think you have to acknowledge that the shrines are there and that they paired with the divine beasts are the thing there. But he says there isn't anything to make up for them, mentions them, and then just hand waves them away. It's like, okay, you can say they suck, but at least don't try to hand wave away. Put a little bit more effort into it. Weapons that break. Totally agree. This thing sucks. No contention there. It's why I would never say Breath of the Wild has one of the best combat systems ever, because it clearly doesn't. The combat system and the weapon degradation system's terrible. This is one of the stupidest things I've ever read in my life. The pizza analogy was a great one. Let's see. Kazuma, sounds good. Have a good day, my friend. Let's see. Where was the pizza? Oh, it was Carl. Yeah, it was Carl. I ate a pizza yesterday. It was kind of mid, to be honest. There was nothing left to eat after I finished it. Exactly. He's complaining that after he finishes the game, there wasn't much to do. Like, okay, what the hell? The music, I don't know. There's a lot you can say about Breath of the Wild. Saying that the music's bad is a weird one. Compare it to, or to be completely fair, saying that the music is like non-existent. It's there for like 3 seconds and then turns off. This is just factually wrong. Like demonstrably wrong. We could pull up the clip and show the music. What are you talking about? Compared to other open worlds. Okay, you liked Red Dead 2 more. Awesome. Love it. But that doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with how they designed this one. You just like that one more. Maybe because of the setting. You even say that Red Dead 2 is actually pretty much the same in the same way that it isn't fantasy, it's realistic. So it's the same in the sense that it's not the same. Makes sense. And then clever Nintendo, the 4 divine beasts were scattered around the map to make it so you have to travel between them. Man. I don't know, man. I'm baffled. My brain hurts. Conclusion, it's not a bad game. I'd probably give it a 6 out of 10. I also reckon the critics and the people would do as well if it didn't have, I think he meant wouldn't do as well. I also reckon the critics and people would do as well. I think he means it wouldn't do as well, like rating wise, if it didn't have Zelda on the title. Monsters and Gods and Monsters. Oh, this was the original name for Immortals Phoenix Rising. It is coming out next year. It looks similar. I bet it will get nowhere near the acclaim the Zelda game has. It also could be a better game as well. I would agree. I think if you scrapped the Zelda title and if you had it released under some unknown publisher and stuff, I think it probably would not be taken as seriously. But that's also just an artifact of having your game be part of an established franchise. But in general, if a game is really, really good, it's going to stand on its own merits. It will eventually rise to the top. Like Valheim. Valheim came out of nowhere and ended up being a phenomenon because it was just a good game that launched at a perfect time for it. Like, nobody knew what that game was. Nobody knew who that studio was. Came out of nowhere, but it rose to the top because it was really, really good. Some amazing games don't rise to the top, to be fair. But in general, I think the attitude and what we should go with is that good games tend to be rated like highly because they're good. Immortals was an incredible game, flew under the radar. I will say, Immortals Phoenix Rising, I do think is underrated. I think it should get more credit. And if you like Breath of the Wild, I think you'll like it. I think they lean too much into these like really long, sluggish, like puzzle sequences and like dream realm sequences that kind of got boring after a while. But in general, I thought it was kind of quirky and fun. That's hilarious that the fact that the music follows two-player means he stopped his own music. Oh, like, yeah, he killed the enemy and the music stopped and he's like, why no music here? It's the same thing. Like, he complains that after he finishes the game's over. Then he's like, after I killed the enemy, the music that plays when the enemy is alive stopped. What is this? You know, it's just weird. They can both coexist. Law. I don't know why people have to bring down something else because their favorite thing is often compared to it. Yeah, it's just, I think it goes back to the tribalistic thing where everybody likes to have their team. And the thing with big franchises a lot of the time is that big franchises become one big team. And as a result of that, like it just becomes Halo's better than all these other games for 15 reasons, or it could be, you know, Call of Duty's way better than Apex for all of these reasons, or Apex is way better than Call of Duty for all these reasons. And it becomes very tribalistic instead of just like, I don't know, maybe they're all like pretty good, except Call of Duty. Call of Duty sucks. Of course. And also, we pulled this up earlier. Breath of the Wild running at 8K with global illumination turned on. I'm assuming this is running through Cemu. It's pretty crazy. You can still tell it was built for lower end hardware. There's some artifacting in the distance and stuff, but being like modded, this is pretty crazy. Like, kind of insane. Actual ray trace reflections on the water. Like, pretty wild, dude. Seems to run pretty well. Might not be ray tracing. I think it's screen space. Yeah, screen space reflections. So I don't know. I think the ray tracing is just global illumination. I think it still looks pretty good. It looks pretty similar to the core game, so I don't know how tweaked this is. But man, it's weird to be in the forest without it running at 20 frames, right? That's refreshing. Yeah, look at that. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. I'll tell you, like going back and playing it emulated on PC on ultra wide is something else. It's kind of magical. It's bizarre. I didn't realize how much I needed like hi-fi Zelda until then. It makes you just really wonder, like, what would a Nintendo, like these Nintendo first party games be like if they actually had super high-end hardware? They've never done that. Like, their stuff has always been the weakest console of the generation, always a little bit behind the rest of the industry in terms of fidelity, but they still end up making amazing, amazing games. And it just makes me wonder, what if they one day flipped and the Switch Pro, or whatever they come out calling it, ends up being like a very, very powerful device for what it is. And they actually get to have their first party teams really push it. Like, look at that. That's crazy. The foliage density is crazy high. That's the biggest thing I'm noticing in comparison to the version of the game that runs on Switch. Nintendo's graphics in 2083. I don't know what they do after the Switch. I think after they get this game out, then they're going to reevaluate pretty heavily. But they're probably working on it now. I just don't know. Do they double down on the Switch format and keep the Switch as like the Nintendo DS? Or do they come out with another standalone console, kind of like a Wii? Or like, what do they do next? I don't know. I'm very interested. I'm excited. I want to see what they're doing. I kind of anticipate maybe later this year they'll come out and announce it, and they'll sell it with like a version of Tears of the Kingdom running on it that just looks way better or something. I don't know. But maybe an external GPU you could run it into that, or like there's got to be a way to get, if you built in like a better cooling system, to be able to do what they do on the Switch and just increase the voltage and basically overclock it whenever you dock it. You could do that. External GPU would be one way. It could be something where they sell it as a separate thing, where it's like you have your Switch Pro, bigger screen, whatever, it's able to do 1080p. And then when you dock it, if you buy the Pro dock for another $500, it has like a 3060 in it, equivalent, or something like that, where you dock it then and then it handles it from there. There's ways to do that, but I don't think Nintendo has ever found a ton of success trying to go for just the incremental performance upgrade like we saw with the Wii U. They usually try to go for a gimmick, something unique, something different. And I don't know what that is for the Switch, because if I did, then I would be working at Nintendo. But I mean, that's like the Switch. If you go back to 2015 and you ask somebody, what's going to replace the Wii U? Very few people would have shown you like, oh, it's going to be this like handheld gaming device like a Vita, but you press a button and you can pop off the controllers, and the controllers are like nunchucks for the Wii. And then you can slide them back on and they click into place, and then they're the handles for it. Like, I think people would have laughed at you. Like, it sounds insane, but it ended up working. It was a great idea. So we'll just have to see. Let's see. I'm very intrigued though. I'm hoping that like gets the butterflies going again, because I got so excited when the Switch came out. That was the last time I think I was ever really, really... I mean, I was pumped for the PS5, but there weren't a lot of crazy high-end games that came out for the Series X or the PS5 at launch. So it just kind of like fell a little flat. Like, you got the PS5 and you play some Astro and then maybe some like Demon Souls, which was great, but it didn't feel like the same magical thing as getting the Switch and then booting up Breath of the Wild and just being like, oh my God, this is amazing, Do you think there'll be another decade-defining game in the future, or do you think the age of Skyrim is over, especially with the release of your releases, microtransaction-based games? Oh no, I think there's always going to be generational games, or games that you look back on and you're like, wow, that game years ago was I think Elden Ring for a lot of people is going to be that game. But you usually don't realize this is a like generation-defining game until towards the end of the generation, when you compare everything against it. So I think like Elden Ring is going to be amazing still in 2-3 years when we start talking about the next gen. I think people will be like, oh, remember Elden Ring? Oh, that was the generation defining game. There's going to be stuff like that. And maybe, who knows, maybe they'll launch The Last of Us Factions and it'll be so amazing that it's going to be like, The Last of Us Factions, that's the generation defining game. But we won't know till like a couple years after, because that's just how it works. But anyway, As someone who travels a lot for work, I was super hyped when the Switch was announced. Yeah, dude, I love the Switch as a device. I love it. I just want more games. Like, I have not had a reason to really play it in ages. And it's frustrating as hell. I'm excited for when Bethesda adopts entirely new graphics engine. That would be amazing. But I don't know if they'll ever do that. I mean, if they came out after Starfield launches and they announce publicly, we're moving to Unreal or something, because CDPR is moving to Unreal. They clearly see potential in it. So I don't know if it's something Bethesda would ever do. Bethesda, what I did hear, and again, you got to listen to that podcast Todd did with Lex Friedman. Really, really good. But in that podcast, he basically describes how, I mean, their whole design process, everything they do with game design, all of that. But basically, his vibe is that while they love the creation engine, or while they understand a lot of people's frustrations with the creation engine, and he gets why a lot of people think that they should swap engines and stuff, it's more complicated than that. Because for them, it's about the ease of building the worlds. It's about the ease of modding. It's about having all of their other tools established for it. And honestly, now with Starfield, they might be really worried about trying to get the Starfield procedural generation tech for like a sequel or anything else working in Unreal. Who knows? Maybe for Elder Scrolls 6, they have a vision for it that Unreal, for whatever reason, is incapable of handling. And they think it'll be easier to tweak the creation engine to do that stuff than reworking Unreal to do it. You never know. Like, there's so many little things that go into this stuff. It's not as simple as just, we'll just move to Unreal. Just move to Unreal. The moment you move to Unreal, you have to start paying like licensing fees and royalties on each unit sold. There's all sorts of crap you have to start dealing with. Whereas using your in-house engine, you don't have to deal with any of that, you know? It just works. It just works with
16 times the detail.
You know? I'm worried the Starfield won't look good enough to keep them afloat. Maybe that forces change. Who knows? I certainly don't, and I don't know who comes along and says that we're changing things. Is that Todd's decision, or is that now like a Phil Spencer decision? I don't know. I don't know how that corporate structure works now. I would say, like, optically, if Starfield launches and is just a buggy disaster, and maybe also has graphical issues, launches at 30 frames, if it has all these kind of dings against it, I would say then it's much more likely that they change, because I think they'll just be teased into doing it. And at that point, if they announce a swap, then it's easy brownie points. Like, imagine that. Elder Scrolls 6 will be in Unreal Engine 5.5 or whatever it ends up being when it launches. If they announce that, I think people will lose their minds, be super hyped for it. Especially if they do a little demo reel of things that they're able to get working, you know? I kind of dislike the CDPR move to Unreal. Red Engine looked amazing with Cyberpunk, and it's actually weirdly stylized. It's distinctly CDPR looking. I totally agree. Especially seeing them get Cyberpunk working. That's very interesting to me. It makes me wonder, because CDPR has been doing all of these partnerships with like NVIDIA and with Epic. It makes me wonder if they got a deal where like Epic Games signed paperwork that makes it so their engineering staff will help them do any upgrades to the engine that they need to do, and they'll help them with all of that coding, because it's so out of nowhere for them to just announce that they're moving, especially when they did all of that work on the Red Engine to add this like path ray tracing and all this weird stuff. It's really weird for them to just walk away from all of that. They're co-developing UE5 for open world games. Well, boom, like Chrissy said. So, I mean, that very well could be as like all it is. It could be that simple. It's just that they were like, hey, we need a team of 500 coders to get the Red Engine upgraded for next gen open world games for what we want to do with it. And then Unreal was like, well, we'll pair with you our coders and we'll like basically pay for it, because it'll be tools that we can add to our engine. And so you'll save money. You'll have our engineers helping you. It's a win-win-win. Their developers have said for years, since Witcher 3, their engine is super difficult to work with. Interesting. Interesting. So maybe, I mean, it could just be that they had employees revolt. And that's one thing Todd has said, is that the creation engine, allegedly, according to Todd, is very easy to work with. I've heard him say that on multiple occasions, where he said that the creation engine is easy for modders, it's easy for their teams, and it's super efficient because they can work quickly. It's not super stable, but apparently it's not, it's actually pretty intuitive for a lot of people. Unreal is very welcoming to studios at the moment, and they offer specialized training to established developers. Yeah, that's awesome. That's badass. It's refreshing seeing a tech company do that kind of thing, because I will tell you right now, we make all of our videos for the main channel and live clips and everything. We use Premiere Pro and the Adobe suite, and Premiere Pro is like a disaster. It just constantly is bugging out, glitching out. We'll render a 40-minute video, and there's just like 3 seconds of audio in the middle of the video that just don't render. Just no audio. Silent for some reason. No idea why. It happens like all the time. And it's like one of the top most voted bugs and glitches in their issue, like help issue, support, whatever. And they like see that it has thousands of upvotes on the forums. They haven't fixed it in months. It's insane. It's ridiculous. Whereas like DaVinci Resolve just works. And DaVinci Resolve even has a skin kind of thing where you can go in there and you can reskin DaVinci Resolve to look just like Premiere Pro. So if you're familiar with it, you can just use it. We actually, Tyson, we've been looking at trying DaVinci. I think Jacob actually was looking at trying it. Yeah, Jacob's right here. I think Jacob was actually talking about trying DaVinci soon. For a couple of videos, see how it goes. And if it's good, awesome. Yeah. It's just, I agree, Jacob. It's infuriating because the video can be edited perfectly. And you render it, everything's set. And if it's a big video at 4K, it can take an hour or two to render. You get back, you upload it, which takes another hour or two. And then I'm going through it, doing my verification check, watch through thing. And I just find a 3-second clip in the middle of the video with no audio. And it's like, oh my God. Does this mean we have to re-render the whole thing and re-upload and all this? So then you start thinking, oh, is it actually worth it? Will they notice? Will they just think it's a YouTube glitch and so I can just get away with it? Or should I just fix it? And I'm a perfectionist, so we end up just fixing it and dealing with it. But, Did you have to edit some parts missing in the Hogwarts video? Yeah, I think Hogwarts had a handful of weird stuff like that happen. That would be so easy to miss in a 40-minute video too. Yeah. It happens, but it didn't used to happen. It's a new glitch thing. Yeah, random fade to blacks. Which video was it? Was it a Maddie video? I don't think it was. Yeah, I think it was a Mr. Maddie Plays video. We were watching a Mr. Maddie Plays video or somebody's video on stream, and there were just random fade to blacks, like 6 or 7 in a row in the span of like 2.5 minutes. I almost had a stroke. I was like, what is happening? Most intuitive thing I ever found was Dreams for doing everything in engine. It's a shame they're going to abandon it with thousands of developers. Yeah, they were in. How are they making money though? I don't know if they're even making money. It's gotta be tricky, but. Oh, Nick Merckx had his baby. That's pretty cute. Back to the casa with my better half and my little lad, Familia. The feeling is indescribable, but I'll try my best tomorrow on stream. Thank you so much for the kind words. We're beyond thankful now to figure out this sleep thing. Good luck, dude. It's not going to be a thing. Mama and baby. Or there's a cute little fella. Look how little he is. Oh my goodness. Wow. That first drive home is weird. You hop in the car and like you hold onto the steering wheel extra hard and you're like, I'm just driving. It's fine. But it's different. Things have changed forever. That first drive home. It's great. Seen the latest Final Fantasy 16 vid, Luke? Yeah, the whole thing looks great. I'm buckled in. I'm ready to go. I can't talk about it, but there was something with regards to Final Fantasy 16 that really, really depressed me that I cannot talk about. Ask me in like mid to late June and I'll be able to tell you. But as of right now, I can't. But something happened with that game that that breaks my freaking heart. So what are you gonna do though? It's like 80 degrees in here though. We've been going about 5 hours. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good on a Tuesday, on a Monday, whatever it is today. I might try to stream tomorrow, like story-wise, or no, it has to do with like media events, early access, blah blah blah, that kind of thing. But anyway, like I said, I leave out of state for a few days on Wednesday morning, early morning, and I'll be out of town until like Saturday. So as of right now, on the schedule, there's no Wednesday or Friday stream. I'm gonna try to like stream off of my phone for just a little bit, kind of IRL stream at the Airbnb or something, just hang out and chat. I can't guarantee that will happen, but I'm gonna try. We'll see though. No promises, just because I don't know what we'll be able to do, and who knows, maybe the whole like Wi-Fi thing will be terrible. I have no idea. Missed another spam email. No, Chrissy. The problem is I saw this one and anyway. I gotta be quiet. I'm gonna get myself in trouble. Anyway, have a lovely week. If I don't talk to you again soon, go check out the new video that just went up. And on Friday, we're gonna have the Jedi Fallen Order mini critique thing going up on the main channel. That'll be going up for members of this channel early as well. So make sure to sub, and if you're a member, you'll get early access to that, because why not? So thanks for chilling. Much love. Stay safe out there. I'll see you very, very soon. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye.